Chapter 1321. Elders, how should we deal with Du Xiaofu? Jialo Kaling asked as she looked at the elders in the hall. A strange smile appeared on her valiant and beautiful face, but she pretended to be serious and asked, should we dig out Du Xiaofu's secret bone and hand over the golden rock wings? Upon hearing this, all the elders in the hall, regardless of which faction they belonged to, were stunned. They looked at each other, then their gazes fell on 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu and 4th Elder Jialo Yi. At this moment, the 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu and the 4th Elder Jialo Yi looked at each other with blank expressions. 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu and 4th Elder Jialo Yi still hadn't recovered from their shock. For some reason, the old lady had accepted Du Xiaofu as her grandson. Du Xiaofu had even kowtowed, and the old lady had happily accepted it. This was the truth. Who would dare to touch the old lady's grandson? If they dug out the secret bone and forced him to hand over the golden rock wings, even the great elder, 2nd elder, and 3rd elder wouldn't dare to touch the old lady's grandson. Even if the clan leader came, he would have to be obedient in front of the old lady. Du Xiaofu looked at the many elders in the hall. Looking at the expressions on their faces, he was also puzzled. It was as if these powerful elders of the golden-winged great rocks had suddenly changed. Elders, please discuss this matter again before making a decision, said Great Elder Jialo Yuantu. Then, he looked at 4th Elder Jialo Yi and 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu and asked, what do you think, 5th Elder and 4th Elder? Alright, we will discuss this matter again. 4th Elder Jialo Yi nodded. He didn't have any objections, and was even happy to step down. 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu didn't say anything, silently agreeing with Great Elder Jialo Yuantu's words. The old madam had intervened and even accepted Du Xiaofu as her grandson. Jialo Yuantu knew what was going on. What else could he do? The old lady's words at the beginning were obviously scolding him. At this moment, if he continued to touch that kid, the old lady would not be polite to him anymore. Kai Ling, take him away first. However, he can't leave before the elders have finished their discussion. Jialo Huanyu gestured to Jialo Kaling. Her beautiful eyes were filled with emotions as she looked at Du Xiaofu, who was at a loss as well as Du Xiaofu. Elders, Kai Ling will take her leave first. Jialo Kaling understood. She bowed and retreated. She didn't forget to pull Du Xiaofu out of the hall. Looking at Du Xiaofu and Jialo Kaling leaving the main hall, the 5 protectors' faces were either dazed or flushed red. They had a bad premonition. Du Xiaofu had already become the old madam's grandson. The elders didn't dare to touch him, let alone the 5th protector. Looking at Du Xiaofu and Jialo Kaling leaving, the elders in the hall continued to look at each other in dismay. Why did the old madam leave the valley? When did she come out? How did she know that human kid? 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu looked at Great Elder Jialo Huanyu and asked. He thought that Jialo Huanyu should know when the old madam came out. Jialo Huanyu shook his head and smiled bitterly, I don't know why the old madam suddenly came out. I also don't know how the old madam came to know Du Xiaofu. What should we do now? How should we deal with Du Xiaofu? He's a human after all. He has the Golden Rock clan's mystic bone and golden rock wings. If we don't deal with him, I'm afraid that in the future, people will start to think that our Golden Rock clan is no longer what it used to be. If this goes on, I'm afraid that people won't be able to stop themselves from having designs on our clan. An old elder said with a solemn expression. This elder was not targeting Du Xiaofu, but for the entire golden-winged great rocks. Over the years, no one in the world dared to have any designs on the golden-winged Great Peng clan. No one dared to touch the golden-winged Great Peng clan's possessions. Even the colossal powers of the 9 provinces and the peak beast clans of the beast region were the same. All of this was because of the absolute strength of the golden-winged great rocks and their tyrannical style. Anyone who dared to touch the Golden Rock clan's belongings would suffer the Golden Rock clan's iron-blooded and powerful revenge. The human Du Xiaofu had the golden-winged Great Rock Mystic Bone and the Great Rock Golden Wings. If the golden-winged Great Rock clan did not deal with Du Xiaofu this time, it would definitely cause a huge uproar in the outside world. At that time, the fear that some people in the outside world had towards the golden-winged Great Rocks for a long time would disappear. When that happened, it would definitely affect the Golden Rock clan greatly. Although it didn't seem like much, it was actually extremely frightening. Just like now, when the younger generation of the Golden Rock clan went out into the outside world, those super experts would definitely be afraid and wouldn't dare to make a move. However, if they didn't deal with Du Xiaofu this time, then the younger generation of the Golden Rock clan would be in greater danger when they went out in the future. However, if the Elder Council insisted on dealing with Du Xiaofu this time, digging out his mystic bone and taking back the Golden Rock wings, then the extraordinary Du Xiaofu would have already fused the mystic bone into his body. When that time came, even if he could keep his life, he would become a cripple from then on. When that time came, with the old lady's temper, she probably wouldn't let them off. When the old lady came to the main hall today, all the elders naturally understood that she wanted to protect Du Xiaofu. In the main hall, all the elders were silent. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. After a while, the fourth elder, Jialo Yi, broke the short silence and said, "Let's discuss this matter after the third elder and second elder come out of seclusion. There's still 10 days until the competition of the younger generation. This is a grand event of our clan that occurs once every 300 years. We'll make a decision after this grand event. At that time, the second elder and third elder might come out of seclusion. Jueyu and Juekong should be able to shine in the competition of the younger generation this time." An old woman who seemed to be an elder said, "But in the end, first place should be Jueyu. Jueyu's strength isn't low either. It's a pity that he was heavily injured by Du Xiaofu this time. He probably won't be able to recover in a short period of time. He might even miss this great opportunity that only comes once every 300 years. In the next 300 years, Jueyu might have already broken through to the beast domain realm," an elder sighed. He felt some regret for Jialo and Jueyu. An opportunity that only came once every 300 years was rare. Once they missed it, they wouldn't have another chance in the future. Another 300 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The fourth elder, Jialo Yi, raised his eyes and sighed. Then, there was some doubt in his eyes as he said, "But it seems to be extremely quiet in there recently. Nothing should have happened, right? Don't worry. Nothing should have happened in there. We'll strengthen the seal every time it's opened," said the fifth protector, Jialo Yuantu. Suddenly, the first protector, Jialo Huanyu, spoke with a complicated expression. Kai Ling missed the opportunity in this competition. If that guy was still in the clan, he would probably be Jueyu's greatest opponent. Back then, his talent wasn't inferior to Jueyu and Kai Ling's. I wonder how much he has improved over the years. Upon hearing Jialo Huanyu's words, the expressions of the elders in the hall changed. They naturally knew who Great Guardian Jialo Huanyu was talking about. To them, that was a name that was rarely heard of in the past few decades. In fact, it was a name that had been forgotten by many people. Jialo Jueyu. The fifth protector's eyes trembled. He knew who that person was. He didn't agree with the clan's decision back then and left the clan for almost 100 years. His talent is indeed not inferior to Jueyu and Kai Ling's. It's a pity that he's too stubborn and arrogant, said the fifth elder, Jialo Yuantu. Because of him, the old lady hasn't left the valley for almost 100 years, sighed an elder. Jialo Jueyu has been in the outside world for so long and there hasn't been any news from him. Maybe he's already. The old elder didn't finish his sentence. The top experts of the golden-winged Great Rock clan would definitely be wary of the younger generation in the outside world. However, they also knew that if someone dared to touch the younger generation of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, they would naturally conceal the news and the golden-winged Great Rock clan wouldn't know about it. The mysterious bones and everything about the golden-winged great rock were too attractive to the outside world. In the courtyard on the mountainside, there were several towering trees in the small square. It was late autumn, but they were unusually lush. Little Star, Zither Demon, Phantom Tiger King, Divine Ape King, and the others were either squatting, standing, or sitting. Their gazes were uncertain and they would occasionally look at the sky as if they were waiting for something. Chapter 13:22. In front of a large tree, Zi Xian leaned lazily against the tree trunk. It was just that her beautiful face was somewhat unapproachable. Why isn't father back yet? Is he in danger? Little Xingxing looked into the distance, his big bewitching eyes filled with worry. At this moment, Zi Xian, who was leaning lazily against the tree trunk, lifted her body slightly and looked into the distance. Then, she continued to lean against the tree lazily. Whoosh whoosh, the sound of wind breaking came from the distance. Ghost Chariot, Guqin Demon, Shengguan Qi Xian, and the others immediately looked up and saw two figures flying over. The Hall Master is back. Spiritual Illusion Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Falcon, and the others got up and welcomed them happily. Whoosh whoosh. The two figures landed in front of the courtyard. They were Du Xiaofu and Jialo Kaling, who had just returned from the main hall. Father, what happened to you? Did those old fellows from the Golden Rock clan attack you? One day, I won't let them off. Little Xingxing immediately became worried when he saw Du Xiaofu's blood-stained and deathly pale appearance. His tender voice was extremely authoritative. Jialo Kaling looked at little Xingxing and smiled helplessly. Your father is fine. Don't worry. Really? Little Xingxing still couldn't believe it. He raised his head and asked Du Xiaofu. It's nothing. It's just a small injury. Du Xiaofu patted little Xingxing's shoulder and smiled. Don't worry. This small injury will be healed soon. Zi Xian, who was leaning lazily against the tree, looked at Du Xiaofu and raised her eyebrows slightly. Then, she continued to bask in the sun as if nothing had happened. It was as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. Alright, you should heal first. You can't leave the clan for the time being. I will inform you if there are any results. Jialo Kaling said to Du Xiaofu and smiled at Zi Xian. Then, a faint golden light rippled under her feet and she flew away. Did they do anything to you? The Zither Devil, Shengguan Qi Xian, withdrew his sword from Jialo Kailing and looked at Du Xiaofu. It's fine now. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. His expression was still puzzled. Who exactly was that old lady? What kind of status did she have in the golden-winged great rocks? On the way back, Du Xiaofu had also asked Jialo Kaling about it. However, Jialo Kaling didn't seem to want to say much. She only said that he would know when the time came. Hall Master, what should we do now? Are we still going to stay with the golden-winged great rocks? Little Falcon stepped forward and asked Du Xiaofu. He felt that it wasn't safe to stay with the golden-winged great rocks. I'm afraid we won't be able to leave for the time being. I need to go into seclusion for a few days to recover from my injuries. Just don't cause any trouble here. Du Xiaofu said to Little Falcon, Phantom Tiger King, and the others. Hearing this, Phantom Tiger King, Violent Bear King, and the others looked at each other. How would they dare to cause trouble in the golden-winged great rocks? Help me look after Little Star. I need to recover for a few days. Du Xiaofu went to Zi Xian's side. With no one in the golden-winged great rocks looking after Little Star, Du Xiaofu couldn't be at ease. You don't have to tell me. I will. Zi Xian looked at Du Xiaofu with her beautiful eyes, then continued to lean lazily against the tree trunk and bask in the sun. After a while, outside the room, Du Xiaofu placed a seal before entering the room. He called out the ancient desolate space between his eyebrows and entered it. This was the golden-winged great rock secret bone and rock blood. Du Xiaofu was very clear that even if the super experts of the golden-winged great rocks discovered the ancient desolate space on him, they wouldn't think much of it. Du Xiaofu really needed time to recover, and there were other things he needed to do. He had no choice but to spend time in the ancient desolate space. In the misty ancient desolate space, an ancient and boundless aura filled the air. Swish, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged. After a while, his body was enveloped in a pale golden energy halo. This time, under the pressure of fifth elder Jialo Yuantu, Du Xiaofu's physical body was injured. However, with the immortal Xian body in the refinement of his divine body in the true rock realm, his physical body wasn't much of a problem, but his internal injuries weren't light. As Du Xiaofu adjusted his breathing, time slowly passed in the ancient desolate space. In the golden-winged great rocks, the news of Jialo Jiao's crushing defeat at the hands of the human Du Xiaofu spread, shocking all the golden-winged great rocks. All kinds of news about Du Xiaofu spread, and there were many who added fuel to the fire, making many golden-winged great rocks curious. In the end, even many golden-winged great rocks believed that Du Xiaofu was born from the bloodline of the golden-winged great rocks and a human. Therefore, as a human, he had the bones and blood of the golden-winged great rocks, and could activate the supreme beast energy of the golden-winged great rocks. However, the golden-winged great rocks, who were helped by Du Xiaofu and the others that day, put in a lot of good words for Du Xiaofu and the others in front of the other members of the clan, and they were full of praise. They heard that Du Xiaofu defeated Du Xiaofu with the supreme beast energy of the golden-winged great rocks, threatened the dragons of the beast realm, and even risked his life to save the members of the clan. This made many golden-winged great rocks have a good impression of Du Xiaofu. However, in the main hall, the news of Du Xiaofu becoming the grandson of the mysterious old lady didn't leak out. It was probably because the elders deliberately concealed it and didn't spread it in the clan. Time passed slowly. Although Du Xiaofu had caused quite a commotion in the golden-winged great rocks, the younger generation of the golden-winged great rocks began to prepare as the grand competition of the younger generation of the golden-winged great rocks was approaching. The younger generation of the golden-winged great rocks were making their final push for the grand competition. If they could make another breakthrough in the final period of time, they would definitely attract the attention of the elders in the clan during the grand competition, and they would be able to obtain more cultivation resources in the future. At dusk, the secluded valley was shrouded in the sunset glow. Grandmother. The courtyard of the secluded valley was ordinary and quiet. Jialo Kai Ling appeared at the entrance of the quiet courtyard, and her voice was gentle and respectful as she spoke to a stumbling old lady who was sweeping the courtyard. "Why are you here, girl? Come in." The old lady straightened her stumbling body, and a smile appeared on her wrinkled face. "I'm here to see grandmother." Jialo Kai Ling's voice was gentle, and her tall figure came to the old lady's side. She took the broom and supported the old lady to sit on a rattan chair at the side. "Little girl, you must have come for something. Tell me, why are you looking for grandmother?" The old lady smiled at Jialo Kai Ling, as if she could see through her at a glance. "Sure enough, I can't hide it from grandmother." Jialo Kai Ling smiled, and a slight change appeared on her charming face. She asked, "Grandmother, did you look for Du Xiaofu alone?" "What little boy? He's my grandson now, and he's your younger brother. Don't bully him in the future." The old lady smiled, and she seemed to be in a good mood. Hearing this, Jialo Kai Ling's smile froze on her face. She was clear about that kid's temper. In this world, there weren't many people who dared to bully him. Jialo Jiao was one of them. "Grandmother, that kid is your grandson now. Who would dare to bully him? The fourth elder and the fifth elder are having a headache now. I'm afraid that they won't dare to touch that kid." Jialo Kai Ling smiled. "What they want to do is their business. I've said before that I won't bother about the clan's matters anymore," the old lady said. Jialo Kai Ling smiled bitterly. She was clear that the old lady had already acknowledged her grandson. Although she said that she wouldn't bother about the clan's matters, who would dare to touch that kid now? After that, Jialo Kai Ling's charming face changed slightly. She said to the old lady, "Grandmother, you've seen that kid, right? Are you sure that he's Ju Qi?" The wrinkles on the old lady's face suddenly froze. After a while, she shook her head and said softly, "It's not Ju Qi. Ju Qi's secret bone is different. That's why the clan insisted on choosing Ju Yu. That's why he left in a fit of anger. It's not Ju Qi." Hearing this, Jialo Kai Ling was astonished. She looked at the old lady and asked, "If that's the case, Ju Qi is still outside. But where did that kid get his secret bone from? All these years, none of our clan's disciples have gone out and never returned." "Silly girl. Our clan exists in this world, but not all of them are in our clan. As far as I know, there's another place in this world where our clan members are." The old lady smiled at Jialo Kai Ling and said, "Don't bother about where Xiaofu's secret bone came from. He's my grandson now. Back then, I lost a grandson. This time, I've picked up another one. The heavens are kind to me." Jialo Kai Ling was silent for a while. She looked at the old lady and asked, "Grandmother, Ju Qi's whereabouts are still unknown. Should we continue to look for him? He has the demonic bone. Back then, you said that if he wasn't in the clan, he wouldn't be able to last another 100 years. Now, the 100 years are almost up." The old lady was silent again. She slowly got up and walked into the courtyard. She said to Jialo Kai Ling with her old voice, "Let nature take its course. His temper is much more stubborn than yours and Ju Yu's. If he's going to come back, he'll come back. If he's not going to come back, it's useless even if we find him." "I understand, grandmother." Jialo Kai Ling nodded. She stood in the courtyard for a while before leaving. Chapter 1323. Middle Ground. Not long after the news of the Demon King Du Xiaofu in Shangzhou spread, an even more shocking piece of news spread throughout Middle Ground. It was rumored that many evil spirits had surged into Middle Ground, causing the entire Middle Ground to panic. Under such circumstances, the Purifying Evil Alliance of Middle Ground was established under the active leadership of the Great Luan sect. The leader of the Purifying Evil Alliance of Middle Ground was chosen from the younger generation. Great Luan sect, Ancient Yu City. Hundreds of millions of people surged into the city, attracting the attention of the entire Middle Ground. The Ancient Heaven sect's Ruoxue Han descended its spirit. Boundless sect's Jiuling, Spirit Sky Valleys and Lingjun, Intelligent Sword sect's Wu Ming, Xiandu Gates Jiang Wolin, Sky Snake sect's Xilongyang, Profound Underworld sect's Ming Rongyin, Profound Talisman sect's Zhu Shui, Great Luan sect's Dongli Chihuang. These most famous of the younger generation in Middle Ground were fighting for the position of leader of the Purifying Evil Alliance in Ancient Yu City. It was said that the battle was even more shocking than the divine lightning body tempering competition in the sealed ancient land. According to the rumors of the spectators, the battle between the younger generation for the position of leader of the Purifying Evil Alliance was like the end of the world. In the end, just as everyone had guessed, the position of leader fell on Dongli Chihuang, one of the two, Jiuling and Dongli Chihuang. However, many shocking things had also happened in that battle. It was rumored that Profound Talisman sect's Chen Yan had defeated Ancient Heaven sect's Ling Sky Snake sect's Xilongyang and Jiuling were almost evenly matched. In the end, Dongli Chihuang defeated Jiuling and Wu Ming. His strength was unfathomable. Even among the experts present, not many could see his true strength. With the establishment of the Central Province's Evil Purging Alliance, Dongli Chihuang once again became the center of attention. He led the Evil Purging Alliance and began to purge the evil spirits. The news that Dongli Chihuang had become the leader of the Purifying Evil Alliance spread. People in the Central Plains couldn't help but secretly discuss. If the Demon King Du Xiaofu had also been present, would Dongli Chihuang still have been able to become the alliance leader? Would he still be able to suppress the demon king Du Xiaofu? Sima Muhan of the Ancient Heaven sect did not show up in this competition of the younger generation of the entire Central Plains. Cheng Xingnan of the Divine Light Court was nowhere to be seen either. Du Xiaoqing of the Du family of the Barren Country, who was also one of the top 10 geniuses, did not show up this time either. At the same time, some people found it strange that no one from the World Assembly, which had risen to prominence in the Central Plains in recent years, was participating in the competition despite not having reached the level of the Ancient Heaven sect, the Great Luan sect, and the Boundless sect. According to the rules, the current world society absolutely had the qualifications to participate in the grand competition. The Ancient Heaven sect. A group of towering peaks clustered around a huge mountain peak. The surroundings were lush green and shrouded in clouds and mist. In the distance, thousands of mountains rose and fell, magnificent and boundless. On the mountain peak, a 7 feet tall man was gazing into the distance. His blue robe with embroidered green patterns fluttered slightly in the wind. His long black hair was neatly combed into a bun, with a few strands of hair hanging down from his ears. The Purifying Evil Alliance. I keep feeling that this matter is unusual. The Great Luan sect most likely has other motives behind it. The middle-aged man turned his head. He was around 40 years old, with a handsome face. His skin was faintly lustrous, and his eyes flashed with a deep glass-like light. He was the master of the Ancient Heaven sect, Sima Taking. I haven't seen any evil spirits in the Central Plains. Why did they suddenly appear this time? The Great Luan sect is also immediately roping in all parties to form the Purifying Evil Alliance. Their speed is too fast. An old man in his 50s stood beside Sima Taking with a puzzled look on his face. The purpose of the Great Luan sect made him very suspicious. Let's not worry about the Great Luan sect for now. We'll see when the time comes. Sima Taking frowned slightly. His expression turned serious as he asked the old man, "Protector Hao, do you have any specific information about Xiaofu?" The old man was Protector Hao, Sima Taking's trusted aide. Although he was only a protector, his status in the Manchu was not low. Hearing this, Protector Hao replied to Sima Taking, "I came because I received news about that kid. It said that after he left the Shang province, he seemed to have appeared in the Beast region." That guy went to the Beast region? Sima Taking immediately raised his eyes in confusion. Then he thought of something and his expression turned completely serious. He said, "This is bad. That's the Beast region. What are you worried about, Sect Master?" Protector Hao's expression changed slightly as he asked Sima Taking. "That kid has offended quite a few beast clans on the Tianhuang continent. The Four Seas dragons are not far from the Beast region." Sima Taking's gaze trembled. He looked at Protector Hao and said, "There's also the golden-winged Great Peng clan. That kid has the golden-winged Great Peng's wings. If the golden-winged Great Peng clan finds out, I'm afraid the consequences." Protector Hao's gaze also trembled when he heard this. He took a deep breath and looked at Sima Taking, "But that's the Beast region. Our Ancient Heaven sect is beyond our reach. Not to mention beyond our reach, that's the Beast region. Even if our Ancient Heaven sect's army went there, we probably wouldn't be able to cause too much of a stir." Sima Taking smiled bitterly in his worry. He said, "Right now, we can only hope that the kid is on his own. He should have thought of this since he went to the Beast region himself. But that kid's life has always been tough. Perhaps we were worried for nothing." Protector Hao also smiled bitterly. He said, "Sect Master, the young miss has been at her grandmother's house for quite some time. When will she return? If the young miss was here this time, even Dongli Chi Huang might not be able to seize the position of Alliance Master. There's news that the Great Calamity is coming. Muhan has been asked to cultivate in seclusion there. This is the first time she's been willing to cultivate like that." "This is a good thing," said Sima Taking. Protector Hao looked at Sima Taking and smiled. He said, the young miss is willing to cultivate like that. I'm afraid it has something to do with that kid Du Xiaofu. Sigh, there's been more and more things happening recently. Is this the precursor to the great calamity? Sima Taking stood with his hands behind his back as he looked at the sky. His azure robes fluttered in the wind as the deep light in his eyes shot into the sky. Walala, within the ancient desolate space, the faint golden light around Du Xiaofu slowly withdrew into his body. Boom! When the last wisp of faint golden energy drilled into Du Xiaofu's body, he opened his eyes and a golden light shot out. As he spat out a mouthful of turbid air from his abdomen, an extremely powerful aura shook the surrounding space. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's pale face had also recovered its ruddy complexion. Du Xiaofu's mind was restrained. He felt the abundant Xian Qi in his body and the full power of the primordial spirit in his mind. The smile on his face relaxed a lot, but he still couldn't be happy. My strength is still not enough. It's far from enough. I must increase my strength as soon as possible. Originally, Du Xiaofu felt that his strength should be considered good among the younger generation. However, after seeing the strength of Dragon 8, Dragon 7, Jialo Juyu, and the others, Du Xiaofu felt that he didn't have any advantage in front of the pure-blooded descendants of the top beast clans. Although he had defeated Dragon 7, Dragon 8, and Jialo Juyu, Du Xiaofu guessed that the strongest among the younger generation of the dragons and golden-winged rocks weren't Dragon 7, Dragon 8, or Jialo Juyu. For example, Jialo Kaling was also considered a member of the younger generation in the golden-winged rocks, but she was already a terrifying existence in the beast region. At the current chaotic element martial venerable level, Du Xiaofu knew that it wouldn't be easy to increase his cultivation level, but he could think of some ways to increase his strength. In addition, he hadn't made any great progress in the Tao of Talismans for a long time. Although he had the mysterious incomplete cultivation method and the primordial spirit that had fused with two types of spiritual lightning and spiritual root, and the primordial spirit's power had been constantly increasing, it was definitely not easy to break through from the 8-star chaotic element to the 8-star nirvana realm. Heavenly Spirit Record. At the thought of the Tao of Talismans, Du Xiaofu recalled the heavenly spirit record that his master, Duanmu Qiongtian, had left for him. He searched through everything in the heavenly spirit record in his mind. Blood Soul Seal. Du Xiaofu carefully searched through all the remarkable abilities recorded in the heavenly spirit record and saw the Blood Soul Seal again. The Blood Soul Seal was a core secret technique recorded in the heavenly spirit record that belonged to the beast control technique. At this moment, Du Xiaofu carefully read through the heavenly spirit record in his mind. According to the heavenly spirit record, as long as one could cultivate the Blood Soul Seal, they would be able to use the beast control technique. This kind of beast-controlling technique was much stronger than the beast-controlling techniques in this world. However, the beast control technique had extremely high requirements to cultivate the Blood Soul Seal. It required an extremely strong soul power to be able to use it. However, this beast control technique only required a Blood Soul Seal to be placed in the beast soul of the demonic beast's mind. When the time came, the demonic beast would obey his orders. Otherwise, he could make the Blood Soul Seal explode with a single thought. The demonic beast would also explode and die. As for the demonic beast controlled by the Blood Soul Seal, it would be able to continue cultivating without any effect. Right now, there were demonic beasts everywhere in the beast region. Du Xiaofu was rather interested in the Blood Soul Seal. This beast control technique is a bit too terrifying. After sweeping through the Blood Soul Seal's cultivation method with his consciousness, Du Xiaofu sucked in a breath of cold air once more. The Blood Soul Seal required one to use one's own blood essence and several types of medicinal ingredients to refine into a pill. Finally, one had to use one's soul power to condense it into a seal. The Blood Soul Seal's power also depended on the strength of one's soul power. By condensing a seal with one's soul power and inserting it into the demonic beast's mind, one could use the beast control technique to control the demonic beast. Du Xiaofu had absolute confidence in his soul power. However, what made Du Xiaofu's hair stand on end was the process of extracting blood essence. The blood essence had to not be from one's own bloodline, but from one's own bone marrow. According to the heavenly spirit record, the blood essence in one's bone marrow was the purest. However, the easiest way to extract blood essence from one's bone marrow, according to the heavenly spirit record, was to use one's own talisman flames to refine the blood essence. Using talisman flames to refine one's own blood essence. Just thinking about it made Du Xiaofu suck in a breath of cold air. That kind of pain was enough to make one wish they were dead. How many people could endure it? Freak, this is too freakish. It can't be fake, right? Du Xiaofu couldn't help but wonder whether or not the blood-soul seal was fake. However, despite his suspicions, Du Xiaofu had already taken out quite a few cosmos pouches. One by one, he opened them and searched for the spirit medicines needed to refine the blood-soul seal. An hour later, Du Xiaofu was lucky enough to find the final spirit medicine needed to refine the blood-soul seal. Chapter 1324. Permetha grass, psychic fat, blood-gathering Ganoderma and so on. Du Xiaofu placed these medicinal ingredients in front of him one by one. The spiritual ingredients recorded in the heavenly spirit record were the same as in this world. They weren't too precious and weren't hard to find. Let's start cultivating. To Du Xiaofu, who had already experienced the pain of having his heart dug out, this method of cultivating the blood-soul seal was hair-raising, but it couldn't stop Du Xiaofu. From the start of his cultivation until now, the fusion of his bones, the refinement of his body with purple gold profound lightning, Du Xiaofu had experienced a lot of unbearable physical torment. Most likely, any one of them was even worse than cultivating the blood-soul seal. Qi La, the mysterious runes on his body surged out, forming a spiritual furnace. Immediately, a roaring flame rose up, causing the temperature of the surrounding space to rise. Swish swish, afterwards, stalk after stalk of spiritual ingredients were thrown into the spiritual furnace by Du Xiaofu. Although Du Xiaofu didn't spend as much time on refining pills as he did on the martial path, Du Xiaofu had always stood on the Tao of alchemy. However, in the Tao of talismans, Du Xiaofu had always stood on the shoulders of giants. At this moment, he was absolutely a genuine 8-star origin talisman master. The pills he was refining weren't very high-level pills, so for the current Du Xiaofu, it wasn't anything difficult. As time passed, after a short hour, the flames in the spiritual furnace in front of Du Xiaofu surged. The temperature of the surrounding space also reached an extremely high level. Stalk after stalk of spiritual ingredients had already turned into a dense spiritual liquid in the raging flames. Huff, withdrawing his hand seal, Du Xiaofu's mind spied into the spiritual furnace. Afterwards, he took a deep breath. The first step had been completed smoothly. The second step. Du Xiaofu's expression became serious. The second step was to extract the blood essence from the body. The heavenly spirit record recorded that if one couldn't resist the burning of the flames, one would be seriously injured and become a cripple. In the worst case, one would be directly burned to ashes. Chest rising and falling, after taking a deep breath, Du Xiaofu's expression also became serious. After memorizing the method of extracting blood essence from the heavenly spirit record, a white divine light spread out from his body. Ancient and boundless, a strange hand seal condensed in Du Xiaofu's hand. Bang! Immediately, blazing flames from within Du Xiaofu's body spread out. These flames from the inside, the outside, the outside, the inside was only the outside was only the surface was permeating the outside. The inside the body was, the flames, the bones, the bones, the bones. Humph, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's body suddenly trembled, and a muffled groan came from his throat. His ruddy face gradually turned pale at this moment. The intense pain of the flames burning his bones was even more tragic than Du Xiaofu had imagined. Although Du Xiaofu's body had already reached an abnormal level, it was also because of this that it was even more difficult to refine the blood essence from within this abnormal body. The flames burned inside his body. His internal organs were also instantly enveloped by the flames. This kind of pain was simply not something an ordinary person could endure. In this kind of pain, Du Xiaofu could only forcibly endure it. While enduring the intense pain, his mind still had to control the flames to refine his bones. The flames filled his body, burning his meridians and causing his muscles to shrink. The blazing flames shuttled through his meridians, bringing about intense pain. The terrifying heat spread throughout Du Xiaofu's body. At this moment, the terrifying heat of the flames could probably even refine a Dao artifact. Although Du Xiaofu's body was abnormal, it was still made of flesh and blood. Most importantly, from the inside out, he still couldn't use his strength to resist. Under the terrifying heat, Du Xiaofu finally couldn't control himself and screamed out. His face twisted and his meridians shriveled up under the high temperature. The pain of the burning bones made Du Xiaofu's body tremble uncontrollably. Du Xiaofu screamed non-stop. Blood began to drip from his mouth. His bones and skin began to dry and burn. His pores exuded blood and sweat. Blood began to flow out of his 7 orifices. He looked like a malicious spirit. The intense pain came from his bone marrow. It was so painful that it was better to die than to live. Du Xiaofu continued to scream miserably. It was incomparably mournful. Fortunately, at this moment in the ancient desolate space, no one could hear it. In this inhuman pain, Du Xiaofu's meridians and bones finally began to bleed. This blood flowed along his meridians and finally formed a bright red blood essence. It's effective. While screaming miserably, Du Xiaofu was delighted. This blood essence was the purest blood essence in his bone marrow. As more and more blood essence appeared, Du Xiaofu clenched his teeth and continued to resist the pain. Finally, a mouthful of golden blood essence was spouted from Du Xiaofu's mouth, falling directly into the spiritual stove symbol cauldron in front of him. Just as that mouthful of golden blood essence fell into the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, a shrill sound was heard, immediately causing the inside of the cauldron to glint with golden light. The golden light was like the sun rising from the east. A faint image of a golden-winged rock appeared, shaking the spiritual stove symbol cauldron to the point of cracking. This sudden change made Du Xiaofu's blood boil. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he almost lost his mind, and his expression changed greatly. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's hand seals kept changing. In the spiritual stove symbol cauldron in front of him, raging flames suddenly burst out with a terrifying temperature, suppressing the image of the golden-winged rock. That was the tyrannical energy contained in the blood essence. The blood in Du Xiaofu's body was no different from that of the golden-winged rock. The tyrannical energy contained in the rock's blood was absolutely not ordinary, to say nothing of such a pure blood essence. But this blood essence was Du Xiaofu's own. Suppressing it with all his strength, he finally made it disappear. Afterwards, Du Xiaofu carefully controlled the raging flames, letting the spiritual liquid and blood essence inside the spiritual stove symbol cauldron slowly condense. This process required a lot of time, and the spiritual liquid and the golden blood essence finally started to thoroughly fuse together, finally turning into a faint golden color. At this moment, a pure energy spread out from the spiritual stove symbol cauldron. Pill condensation. As the time was almost up, Du Xiaofu let out a shout, and the faint golden energy inside the spiritual stove symbol cauldron gradually condensed into an embryonic pill under the raging flames. The pill slowly took shape, and a rich medicinal fragrance filled the air. Du Xiaofu revealed a happy look, and waved his hand. At the same time the spiritual stove symbol cauldron in front of him dissipated, a faint golden pill appeared, filled with a rich aura of energy. Blood Soul Pill. Du Xiaofu extended his hand, grabbing the pill in his palm. His deathly pale face revealed a smile. Refining the blood-soul seal required this blood-soul pill, and it was finally successfully condensed. Let's practice the blood-soul seal. Tossing the pill in his hand, Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and abruptly opened his mouth, immediately swallowing the blood-soul pill into his stomach. In a split second, the blood-soul pill turned into a strange energy, spreading inside Du Xiaofu's body, before finally rushing to his brain. The most difficult step was already over, but at this moment, Du Xiaofu's expression became even more grave. This was already the most crucial step, and if he failed now, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Changing his hand signs once again, Du Xiaofu's soul force started to surge. Controlling the soul force wasn't too difficult for Du Xiaofu. Controlling the peculiar silver-yellow soul force, it intertwined with the pill's energy like an electric arc, blood essence as a guide, soul as a seal, condense for me. Du Xiaofu muttered some words, and his hand signs changed rapidly. The silver-yellow soul force in his brain fused with the blood-soul pill's energy, filling the air with a dazzling electric arc bang. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's forehead seemed to be pulled in. Electric arcs vaguely lingered on his forehead, and an extremely powerful and strange aura erupted. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's soul force fused with the blood-soul pill's energy in his brain. The light became more and more dazzling, and talisman inscriptions surged out like lightning, dazzling and resplendent. Roar roar, at the same time, the roars of beasts vaguely rang out from Du Xiaofu's body. They were like the roars of lions and tigers, like the cries of dragons and phoenixes. At the same time, a tremendous pressure radiated from Du Xiaofu's body. The light in Du Xiaofu's head was also dazzling. In the end, a blood-red figure appeared, like blood. The figure seemed like a dragon, but it wasn't a dragon, and it seemed like a tiger, but it wasn't a tiger. It seemed extremely mysterious, and it radiated with a tremendous pressure. Roar! Suddenly, at the same time, in Du Xiaofu's mind's Naiwan palace, a golden light suddenly erupted from the golden and silver-yellow talisman inscriptions. The dazzling golden light transformed into golden talisman inscriptions. In the end, to Du Xiaofu's surprise, the dragon-like and tiger-like figure was directly destroyed, and it finally condensed into the figure of a golden-winged rock. Not only that, the golden-winged rock's figure emitted a dazzling silver-yellow electric arc, and it radiated with the pressure of a sovereign. In the end, it exploded in his mind's Naiwan palace. Huff, Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seal, and the aura around his body calmed down. In his mind's Naiwan palace, there was an energy seal occupying it. It seemed to be the blood-soul seal. However, Du Xiaofu was a little confused. The blood-soul seal recorded in the heavenly spirit record should be blood-red. However, the blood-soul seal that Du Xiaofu had cultivated seemed to be silver-yellow in color. Chapter 1325. Could it be that I failed? Du Xiaofu was puzzled, his mind astonished. His hand seals immediately formed as he activated the blood-soul seal. Boom! The instant Du Xiaofu's hand seals formed, the blood-soul seal entrenched in his mind rapidly turned into a surge of energy that burrowed into his meridians, rushing out from all the meridians and acupoints in his body before finally condensing on his right palm. Roar! The roar of a dragon, tiger, phoenix, and lion rang out from Du Xiaofu's palm. A terrifying aura shook the surrounding space, causing it to rumble and tremble. A supreme aura spread out, accompanied by flashes of lightning and roars of thunder, silver-yellow arcs of electricity exploding. At the same time, a strange seal mysteriously appeared on Du Xiaofu's right palm. This seal was the shadow of a golden-winged rock, its entire body glowing with golden light and carrying silver-yellow arcs of electricity. However, Du Xiaofu was completely puzzled. According to the heavenly spirit record, when the blood-soul seal was finally completed, the seal should be like a dragon, but not a dragon, like a tiger, but not a tiger, completely blood-red. However, the blood-soul seal that he had cultivated now seemed completely different. However, sensing the aura of the blood-soul seal, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that its aura was like that of a supreme being. It should be extremely intimidating to demonic beasts. Pondering in his mind, Du Xiaofu finally came to some conclusions. Perhaps because the blood in his body was no different from the blood of the golden-winged roc, his essence blood was even more abundant. Furthermore, his primordial spirit had fused with two types of spirit lightning and spirit root, so the final blood-soul seal was somewhat different from what was recorded in the heavenly spirit record. If there's a chance, I'll have to try it to know if it succeeds. Looking at this somewhat different blood-soul seal in his hand, Du Xiaofu felt rather helpless. He then put the blood-soul seal away. Du Xiaofu could only wait for an opportunity to personally test out the effects of this blood-soul seal. He didn't know if this blood-soul seal had succeeded. As for the effect of the blood-soul seal, Du Xiaofu was not sure. The Heaven Spirit record stated that the effects of the blood-soul seal depended on the user's strength. Strictly speaking, it depended on the strength of the user's soul. The blood-soul seal was not only activated by Xian Qi, but also by soul power. The more powerful one's soul power was, the more powerful the blood-soul seal would be. However, the blood-soul seal was very special at the moment. Therefore, Du Xiaofu could not judge the power of the blood-soul seal he was cultivating. Cultivating the blood-soul seal consumed a lot of energy, and the pain he suffered was not ordinary. However, this was the ancient desolate space. Du Xiaofu was not worried that he would not have enough time. After stuffing many elixirs into his mouth, Du Xiaofu continued to sit cross-legged and began to regulate his breathing. This time, Du Xiaofu had not only expended the Xian Qi in the God Watchtower, but also his primordial spirit and soul energy. Walala, a moment later, Du Xiaofu's entire body was enveloped in a mysterious white light. The white light was like a divine light, and it emitted an ancient and boundless pressure. Where did this little girl come from? Where did she come from? All the elixirs in the medicinal field have been eaten. This won't do. Let's find that little girl. She's the one who stole it. Protector, we can't catch that little girl at all. She's too fast. We're not her match. Protector, something bad has happened. The 9 Suns Supreme Profound Fruit, that the clan has been guarding for 3,000 years has also been eaten raw by that little girl. Damn it, this is too despicable. Find her. All of you, go and find her. You must find her. In front of the courtyard at the mountainside, dozens of figures that were shining with golden light appeared in the sky like the sun. Where is that little girl? Hand her over. A young man from the golden-winged roc tribe looked down at Zi Xian, the divine ape king, the ghost chariot, the spiritual tiger king, and the zither devil. Zi Xian lifted her eyes slightly and glanced at the young man from the golden-winged roc tribe. She has already disappeared from your pursuit. How can she come back? You can find her yourselves. No, you must hand her over today. The young man refused to back down. He was determined to get everyone to hand her over. We really don't know where she is, but we are guests of your clan. You should be more polite. Otherwise, you will end up like Jialo Jiao. If you want to find her, you can find her yourselves. Zi Xian said indifferently. The purple eyes on her peerless face suddenly turned cold. An invisible aura spread out from her body, causing the young men and women of the golden-winged roc tribe to tremble. Let's go. We must find that brat. The young man's expression was ugly, but after weighing the pros and cons, he gritted his teeth and left. Master, this is not good. The Purple Dragon Emperor has caused trouble. As the young men and women of the golden-winged roc tribe left, the divine ape king asked Zi Xian worriedly. The elders of the golden-winged roc tribe will not lower themselves to attack a brat. As long as it is not Jialo Kaling, the younger generation of the golden-winged roc tribe will not be able to do anything to little Xingxing. Don't worry, let them be. Zi Xian said indifferently, as if she was not worried at all. The divine ape king, the spiritual tiger king, and the violent bear king looked at each other, but there was nothing they could do. Anyway, they did not dare to cause trouble in the golden-winged rock tribe. Only the purple dragon emperor was fearless. As a result, the golden-winged rock tribe was in an uproar. There were people everywhere searching for little Xingxing. Unfortunately, even if someone found the news, the result was that the troops were beaten black and blue and had to return in a sorry state. It was said that even a Nirvana beast sovereign-level protector could only watch little Xingxing leave in the end. Fortunately, little Xingxing knew her limits. She would not injure anyone severely, let alone kill them. As a result, the elders and experts of the golden-winged rock tribe were too embarrassed to make a big fuss over a little girl. Among the younger generation, Jialo Juyu was already severely injured. As for the others, it seemed that no one could do anything to little Xingxing. Where did that brat come from? Why is she so strong? Many people in the golden-winged rock tribe were discussing and sighing. That brat is too hateful. On a mountain peak, Jialo Kailing's expression did not look too good. Back then, the brat said that she would regret it if she brought her back to the tribe. She did not believe her. At this moment, Jialo Kailing knew that the brat was a scourge. She did not know how the brat found the herb field and ruined so many spiritual herbs. Many of the natural treasures in the tribe also did not escape the brat's scourge. At this moment, Jialo Kailing naturally did not know that in terms of scourges, Du Xiaofu still had two big scourges by his side. However, compared to little Xingxing, they were not inferior. Fortunately, those two scourges did not enter the territory of the golden-winged great rocks. Otherwise, not to mention the medicinal field of the golden-winged great rocks, even the treasury of the golden-winged great rocks would be ruined. While the golden-winged rock tribe was in chaos, Du Xiaofu, who was in the desolate ancient space, had finally recovered to his peak state. There was still enough time. He had only cultivated the blood-soul seal for a few days in the desolate ancient space. It was not even a day outside. A cosmos sack appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. This cosmos sack was the one that Du Xiaofu had exchanged with Long Bao and Long Feng by threatening Long Eight with Long Eight. When Du Xiaofu first saw the contents of the cosmos sack, his calm face and body could not help but tremble violently. Golden light gushed out from his eyes, and he even agreed to release Long Eight. This was because the contents of the cosmos sack were too important to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu had never imagined that something that could only be chanced upon and not sought after would actually end up in his hands like this. Begin to comprehend. Du Xiaofu's heart sank. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and opened the cosmos sack. A faint aura spread out. It was very ordinary. As the Qinquan bag was opened, a smile involuntarily surfaced on Du Xiaofu's face. Golden light once again surged out from his clear eyes. Granny, why are you here alone? In a deep valley, a little girl who looked to be about 5 or 6 years old squatted on the ground. She raised her head slightly and asked curiously to an old woman who was sweeping the ground. On her chubby face, her big eyes were enchanting. I've been here for a long time. Little girl, how did you come here? Are you from the golden-winged great rock clan? The old woman's figure was hunched over. She put down her broom and curiously asked the little girl. I'm not from the golden-winged great rock clan. They're so hateful. Not long ago, I couldn't stand them bullying my father. I ate some elixirs to vent my anger. They chased me everywhere. I was so tired from chasing. Seeing that this place is quiet, I came to hide. The little girl laughed and licked her lips. She was still thinking about it. It had been a long time since she had eaten so full and carefree. Who's your father? The old woman asked the little girl with a smile on her old face. My father's name is Demon King Du Xiaofu. The young people of the golden-winged great rock clan couldn't do anything to my father, so they let the old man do it. They're too shameless. One day, I'll definitely become strong and come back to teach these golden-winged Great Rock clan a lesson. Little Xingxing pouted and suddenly looked at the old woman warily. She said, "Granny, don't tell me you're also from the golden-winged Great Rock clan." "Don't worry. I can't be bothered to care about them." The old woman smiled and looked at the little girl. "So you're my grandson's daughter. If that's the case, I've become a great-grandmother. Don't worry. Just stay here with your great-grandmother. Those guys won't dare to chase after you. You're my father's grandmother." The little girl clearly didn't believe her. "Of course. I'm already so old. Why would I lie to a little girl like you?" The old woman smiled benevolently. The golden-winged Great Rock clan was in a mess because of the little girl who stole elixirs and treasures. However, the competition for the younger generation was getting closer. Chapter 1326. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. The atmosphere of the entire Great Golden-Winged Rock tribe was tense. To all the younger generation disciples, this was a major event of their lives, and they did not dare to be careless. The tall mountain was lush and green. On the mountain peak, golden light emanated from a huge, ancient stone cave, shooting up into the sky and dyeing half the sky as if golden clouds were blotting out the sun. An immense pressure descended, causing everyone to feel suffocated. More than 20 extraordinary young men and women stood respectfully in front of the stone cave, as if waiting for something, their expressions respectful and yearning. When the golden light gradually faded, a figure slowly walked out from within the stone cave, appearing strangely in front of everyone and stretching lazily against the sunlight. This was a young man who looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. He was dressed in a light yellow robe with gold trimmings, making him look like a flawless jade man. Even though he was standing there quietly, this young man was still extraordinarily handsome and charming, giving people a feeling of nobility and elegance, but also making people not dare to look directly at him. "Greetings, Second Commander." The 20 or so young men and women immediately bowed respectfully. "Rise. Has the tribe been peaceful recently?" The handsome young man waved his sleeves and stood, looking at the many young men and women before him as he asked. "Second Commander, many things have happened in the tribe recently." A beautiful woman stood up and looked at the handsome young man. The light in her eyes rippled, a kind of ripple that came from the depths of her heart. "Tell me about it." The handsome young man was interested, and the smile on his face made him even more handsome. The senior commander brought a human called Du Xiaofu into the tribe. It is said that the human has the mystic bone of our Great Golden-Winged Rock tribe and the wings of the Great Golden-Winged Rock tribe, so he can activate the mystical abilities of our tribe. Even the blood in his body is no different from the rock blood in our bodies. The fourth commander was seriously injured by him. There is also a little girl. It is said that she is Du Xiaofu's daughter. She ate a lot of spirit herbs in the herb field and dug up a lot of natural treasures. The fourth commander was seriously injured, and the senior commander did not make a move. None of us were a match for him. The 6 protectors did make a move, but they didn't gain much of an advantage. That little girl even managed to escape. A youth finished speaking in one breath. Thinking about the recent events in the clan, he felt somewhat depressed. Not only were they unable to deal with the Demon King Du Xiaofu, but they were also unable to deal with the Demon King's daughter. As a member of the younger generation of the Golden-Winged Great Rocks, the blow he received this time was definitely not small. The young man's expression did not change much when he heard this. He still stood there quietly and said, "Did the elders say anything?" "It's very strange. The elders don't seem to have said anything. It's said that someone from our clan protected that demon king, Du Xiaofu." An unordinary youth spoke. This matter was currently being discussed in secret within the clan. They were all puzzled. The odd-looking young man didn't say anything. He just stood there quietly. After a while, he opened his thin lips and asked softly, "Where's third brother?" "Second commander, the third commander seems to still be in seclusion, said a beautiful woman. I understand. You can all disperse. The competition tomorrow will affect your foundation in the future. Do your best. As soon as the young man finished speaking, golden light surged from beneath his feet. He immediately turned into a golden streak of light and disappeared into the air. The second commander is already first this time. A youth gazed at the departing figure of the golden streak of light with reverence and yearning in his eyes. It said that the second commander could have broken through to the beast domain realm long ago. He only delayed it for over a decade for the sake of this competition, said a woman with ripples in her eyes. The higher you rank in this competition, the more benefits you'll receive in the end, said a long-haired youth. The second commander possesses a true bone. He's a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years in our clan. No one in the same generation can match him up to now. If he were in the outside world, he'd be able to crush all living things. A woman's eyes surged with golden light. Her eyes were filled with endless yearning and envy. The height of the mountain was unknown. Standing at the peak of the mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist, one could see the undulating peaks as far as the eye could see. It was like a jade screen with leaves. The majestic mountain ranges on the left and right were towering like the east and west. It was vast and boundless. On the peak of the mountain stood a graceful figure. She looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. Her beauty revealed a valiant and heroic spirit. She wore tight orange clothes that outlined the curves of her graceful body. It was enough to make one's nose bleed. Whoosh, an odd-looking youth landed on the mountain peak. He looked at the woman in front of him and raised his eyebrows slightly. He said, I heard that you brought back a human who possesses a secret bone of our clan. Could it be related to Zhu Jiao? The woman turned her head. Her legs were straight and slender. She looked like a goddess in autumn. She had a short sword at her waist. It was Jiao Kaling. She looked at the youth and said, it has nothing to do with Zhu Jiao. Hearing this, the odd-looking youth's eyes went blank for a moment. There was an indescribable change in his expression. Are you worried that Zhu Jiao will come back? Jiao Kaling looked at the odd-looking youth. Her eyes were suffused with a faint golden light. He didn't defeat me in the battle back then. So many years have passed. Even if he comes back, do you think he can defeat me? The odd-looking youth's handsome face revealed a faint smile. He sighed slightly at Jiao Kaling and said, I'm just worried about how he is doing outside. It has been almost 100 years. He will destroy himself. If I knew he would have left back then, I would have given up on the benefits of the clan. He has the demonic bone. This isn't something he can decide. Jiao Kaling looked into the distance. After a while, she said, everything is his choice. It has nothing to do with you. You didn't break through to the beast region because you were waiting for him, right? Are you hoping that he will come back? The odd-looking youth smiled faintly. He looked at the tall and slender figure in front of him and said, you broke through to the beast region because you don't want to fight with me tomorrow. Others might not know, but I know. Jiao Kaling turned around and looked at the odd-looking youth. Her eyes were suffused with a golden brilliance. She said, our golden-winged Great Pen clan will need you to lead us in the future. One day, you will need to shoulder this heavy responsibility. You have the true bone. This is your responsibility. I will protect the entire clan with my life. The odd-looking youth nodded. His eyes were firm and sharp. They flickered with a golden light. The blood of the golden-winged Great Pen clan flowed in his body. He would protect the entire clan until the end. I'm not worried about you. If Zhu Jiao is also in the clan, we will be able to work together. Why would we need to fear the dragons? Jiao Kaling raised her eyes and looked into the distance. Beneath her snow-white skin, there was a faint layer of rouge. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly. She was incomparably domineering. The odd-looking youth smiled faintly and stood with his hands behind his back. A gentle breeze swept across the mountain peak. His light yellow robe fluttered with the wind. After a while, he opened his thin lips and said, that human shouldn't have the golden-winged Great Peng clan's secret bone and Great Peng golden wings in his body. Jialo Kaling didn't turn her head. She said softly to the odd-looking youth, I have to tell you that my grandmother has already recognized him as her grandson. Is that so? When the odd-looking youth heard this, his handsome face clearly changed for the first time. After a while, he muttered softly, a human. Does he have the qualifications? Night fell. The stars in the sky twinkled. The great competition of the younger generation was finally going to begin tomorrow. This caused the younger generation of the golden-winged Great Peng clan to be unable to calm down. All the younger generation of the golden-winged Great Peng clan knew that the more outstanding one was in the great competition of the younger generation, the greater the benefits one would receive. However, in the end, only 10 people would be able to receive the benefits of the clan's final reward. That benefit only came once every few hundred years. Once they missed it, they would have no fate with it in this lifetime. Although only 10 people would be able to receive the benefits from the clan in the end, this didn't stop the younger generation from crazily looking forward to this great competition. All the younger generation of the clan would compete and display their strength. To the golden-winged Great Peng clan, this was enough to make the blood in their bodies boil. Moreover, although no one dared to think about the first place, all the disciples of the golden-winged Great Peng clan already had an idea about the second place in their hearts. However, in any case, there were still other places, which were enough for them to fight for with all their might. The night passed slowly amidst the complicated and expectant feelings of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. When the bright moon in the sky set in the west and the remnant stars gradually disappeared, a ray of morning light poured down from the eastern horizon. Hoo-hoo, instantly, within the entire golden-winged Great Peng clan, there were many auras that were awakened. Then, they spread throughout the entire clan. On the mountain peaks, there were golden eyes mixed with blazing battle intent that shot into the sky and shook the sky. Chapter 1327. In the room, an ancient aura filled the air. A purple-robed figure appeared from the spatial fluctuations and a ray of light returned to the center of his brows. The purple-robed youth stood tall and straight. His clear eyes were deep as he sensed the aura in his body. A smile flashed across his face as he formed a seal and opened the restriction outside the room. Then, he walked out. Outside the courtyard, a graceful figure lazily leaned against a tree. Her eyes watched Du Xiaofu as he walked out. She merely glanced at him indifferently and said, Little Xingxing is in trouble. What? Hearing this, Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. A moment later, Du Xiaofu found out about Little Xingxing's trouble from Zi Xian. His expression was a little unnatural. Fortunately, Du Xiaofu was relieved when he found out that the experts from the golden-winged Great Rock race had yet to make a move. The younger generation of the golden-winged Great Rock race shouldn't be able to make Little Xingxing suffer. However, he didn't know where Little Xingxing had run off to. Du Xiaofu was a little worried. However, as long as she was in the golden-winged Great Rock race, she shouldn't be in any danger. What's wrong? Looking at the unnatural expression on Du Xiaofu's face, Zi Xian raised her eyebrows. Nothing. Du Xiaofu immediately smiled. Naturally, he would not tell Zi Xian that when he heard about what Little Xingxing had done, he recalled the time when he was in Tianwu Academy and caused havoc in Tianwu Academy with Du Xiaoyao and destroyed the academy's medicinal field. I wonder how they are now. In the depths of his heart, the shadows of Du Xiaoyao, Little Green, and the little tiger appeared. After not seeing them for a long time, Du Xiaofu missed them dearly. He wondered how they were doing. Given Du Xiaoyao and Little Green's personalities, they would definitely cause trouble wherever they went. The little tiger would probably be led astray by them. There was also the tomboy Ouyang Shuang, the general of Tianwu Academy, Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, Li Yuxiao, Guo Xiaofeng, and Gui Hua. He had no idea where they were. By the way, where are they? After a while, Du Xiaofu came back to his senses. After a peaceful smile, he swept his mind and found that there was no ghost chariot, Guqin demon Shangguan Qi Xian, ape god king, and the others nearby. Today seems to be the great competition of the younger generation of the golden-winged great rocks. Jialo Kai Ling sent someone to invite them. They all went to watch the fun, Zi Xian said. Why didn't you go? Du Xiaofu looked at Zi Xian and asked. I'm not interested. Zi Xian glanced at Du Xiaofu indifferently, her expression as calm as an ancient well. He, you must be protecting me. Thank you. Du Xiaofu smiled. He knew that Zi Xian was protecting him. The young generation competition of the golden-winged great rocks was definitely very attractive to this woman. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. You're thinking too much. Zi Xian rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu and stood up lazily. Her graceful figure had a slender waist, and her purple clothes fluttered in the air. The purple flames were faintly discernible, outlining her seductive figure. Her graceful curves were enough to cause one's imagination to run wild. Du Xiaofu stared blankly at her. If this woman was from the human race, she would be able to bring calamity to a country. Du Xiaofu sighed in his heart. This woman had an otherworldly temperament like a fairy, but she also had a demon-like charm. She had a charming charm that could bring calamity to a country. It was a pity that Du Xiaofu knew that this woman was also cold and frosty. Anyone who dared to get close to her would probably end up in a miserable state. Du Xiaofu did not care about Zi Xian's words. He smiled slightly and said, at least you still don't want me to die. You still need me to help you find something. Zi Xian's purple eyes glanced at Du Xiaofu, and then she completely ignored him. With a flash of purple light under her feet, her purple dress fluttered, and a pair of slender legs swayed as she rose into the air. In the next moment, her beautiful figure immediately flew away. Where are you going? Du Xiaofu immediately raised his head and asked. I'm going to watch the competition of the young generation of the golden-winged great rocks. As her ethereal voice fell, it was almost enough to make a man's bones go numb and weak. What a disaster. Oh right, didn't you just say that you weren't interested, Du Xiaofu thought to himself. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. With a flash of golden light under his feet, he also flew away. The vast golden-winged great rocks territory was filled with traces of ancient aura. This was a land that had been passed down from ancient times. Living here was enough for cultivators to obtain great benefits and feel the ancient aura. There was a huge and vast square. Usually, this place was the place where the younger generation of the golden-winged great rocks trained and competed. The square was surrounded by many powerful restrictions and seals, as well as talisman arrays. It was enough for the younger generation to fight without destroying the square. The competition of the younger generation of the golden-winged great rocks was actually held once every 100 years. However, all of the younger generation knew that the grand competition this time was different from the others. The competition of the younger generation this time was only held once every 300 years. If one entered the top 10, they would be able to obtain great benefits from the clan. Even among the younger generation, not many people knew what these great benefits were. It had always been a secret of the clan. In the early morning, there were many figures gradually descending around the square. There were also some young golden-winged great rocks who were not powerful and could not take human form. They spread their wings and perched on the towering trees in the surrounding mountains. The golden-winged great rocks didn't have many clansmen to begin with. However, the lifespan of beasts, especially golden-winged great rocks, was terrifying once they reached a certain level of cultivation. There were quite a few of them gathered together all year round. By the time the sun was high in the sky, the vast square was already filled with figures. The bustling crowd was so noisy that it soared into the clouds. Today was a grand occasion for the golden-winged great rocks that only happened once every 300 years. Naturally, it was lively. At this moment, there were dozens of figures standing quietly in a corner of the square. Under the crushing aura of the densely packed great golden-winged rocks, they were suffocated by the crushing pressure. The profound energy in their bodies secretly froze, and their beast souls trembled. This group of people was none other than the Zither Demon, the Ghost Chariot, the Ape God, the Mad Bear King, the Phantom Tiger King, and the other Beast Kings. In the Beast region, the Ape God, the Mad Bear King, and the Phantom Tiger King were all infamous kings and overlords. However, in front of the golden-winged great rocks, they couldn't help but fear them. The golden-winged great rocks are too terrifying. Little Falcon scanned his surroundings. The auras of the golden-winged great rocks permeated the area, causing his avian beast soul to tremble inwardly. However, they were fortunate enough to become guests of the golden-winged great rocks, a grand occasion that only happened once every 300 years. Many beast kings were excited. In all of the beast region, how many people would have such an opportunity? It was an absolute honor. If one day they left the golden-winged great rocks and told the outside world, their status would probably multiply and attract the envy of countless other beasts. When Du Xiaofu and Zishuan arrived at the square, they were stunned by the number of golden-winged great rocks gathered around them. There really are quite a few of them. Their cultivation bases are all so extraordinary. Du Xiaofu was stunned. Looking around, he saw that most of the young golden-winged great rocks were beast sovereigns. Even the younger golden-winged great rocks were beast emperors and beast kings. Off in the distance, quite a few young golden-winged great rocks had been born recently, but they were all beast kings and pulse spirit realm. Zishuan's gaze swept over them, her purple eyes glinting. It was clear that she sighed inwardly. "You're here. Come with me." Just as Du Xiaofu and Zishuan were sizing up their surroundings, a beautiful figure flew over. It was none other than the golden-winged great rocks that Du Xiaofu had saved during the battle with the dragons. Later, when Du Xiaofu arrived at the golden-winged great rocks, he learned that she'd been replaced by Jialo Yueying. Jialo Yueying, Du Xiaofu, and Zishuan passed through the crowd and arrived before the Illusion Tiger King, Ape King, Ghost Chariot King, Wild Bear King, Little Ing, and the others. Hall Master. The Illusion Tiger King, Wild Bear King, Little Ing, and Little Falcon immediately rushed over to greet them. He seems to be that human Du Xiaofu. So he's the human who defeated the fourth commander. I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms, but he doesn't look like much. Is that human related to our clan? He doesn't look like one. Du Xiaofu's arrival attracted many curious gazes and discussions. Many gazes looked over curiously. Don't mind it. You can only blame yourself for being more famous in the clan. Jialo Yueying smiled bitterly at Du Xiaofu as she listened to the discussions around her. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and did not take it to heart. He looked at the many young golden-winged rocks who had already gathered in the square and felt the fiery fighting spirit in their bodies. Golden light flickered in his clear eyes and he became a little fiery. Seeing Du Xiaofu sizing up the plaza, Jialo Yueying's eyes flickered. She said softly, "Today's competition will be divided into 2 parts. All the young members of the clan, apart from those at the beast domain realm and above, can participate. The first round is rather simple. The clan will invite 10 battle clouds, and the last 10 people to remain on the battle clouds will be the final victors. After that, the top 10 will fight against each other. The first one to fall to the plaza will be ranked lower. That's simple." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. He looked at Jialo Yueying and said, "Will you participate today?" Jialo Yueying smiled bitterly, "Of course I will, but that's all. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it to the top 10. Good luck." Du Xiaofu smiled and spied on the aura of the younger generation of the golden-winged giant rocks. There were many primordial beast venerables and transcendent beast venerables. If they wanted to enter the top 10 and stand out, a fierce battle would be inevitable. It was definitely not an easy task to turn others into your own stepping stones. Why don't you give it a try? Suddenly, a clear voice sounded. A tall, slender, and seductive figure no less than Zixuan walked over from the crowd. Her body was wrapped in tight clothes, and her curves were enough to make people's noses bleed. She had a smile on her face. It was Jialo Kaling. Greetings, great commander. Following Jialo Kaling's arrival, the disciples of the golden-winged great rocks immediately saluted in respect. The surrounding discussions immediately quieted down. Du Xiaofu looked at Jialo Kaling and stretched as if nothing had happened. He said, "Forget it. The golden-winged great rocks have as many experts as there are clouds in the sky, and there are also experts in the younger generation. I'll just watch the show." Upon hearing this, Jialo Kaling looked at Du Xiaofu in annoyance. She was absolutely clear about Du Xiaofu's strength. 10 days ago, he had directly suppressed and severely injured Jialo Juyu. Now that he said such words, it was more or less because he was not convinced of the younger generation of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. The Palace Master can definitely do it. Go and perform well. At this moment, Violent Bear King had absolute confidence in Du Xiaofu. Why don't you go and give it a try? Du Xiaofu immediately tiptoed and knocked on Violent Bear King's hard head. This stupid bear really touched a sore spot. At this moment, the trouble he had with the golden-winged great rocks had yet to be resolved. If he were to fight with the younger generation of the golden-winged great rocks today, he was afraid that he would get into trouble again. Did I say something wrong? Suddenly, Violent Bear King was hit on the head. He touched the back of his head and looked weakly at Du Xiaofu. Then, he looked at Spiritual Tiger King and Little Ying with a wronged expression. Pfft! Suddenly, a dozen figures descended from the sky. Their overbearing auras attracted the attention of Du Xiaofu, Gue Che, Gu Qin Demon, and the others. A dozen people landed on the square. Their auras were powerful and overbearing. A young man in the middle was wearing a yellow robe. His hair was tied up. At this moment, the sky was filled with rosy clouds. This young man in the yellow robe had a well-defined face, and his posture was elegant. Especially his eyes, which shone with a faint golden light. His temperament was extraordinary. For no reason, he was intimidating and sharp. Chapter 1328. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. Du Xiaofu's gaze also landed on the elegant youth. The aura emanating from his body was even stronger than Jialo Jueo's. There are really many strong people here. Du Xiaofu secretly felt the aura of the youth and sighed in his heart. As expected of the great golden-winged rock clan, the strongest of the younger generation. Above Kyushu, even Mu Jianchen, Yujing Tongxian, Mu Qingge, Feng Wuxia, and Bailey Wuya could not compare to him. As a member of the great golden-winged rock clan, he had an innate talent that was terrifying. Fortunately, the heavens were relatively fair. The stronger the bloodline of a clan, the stricter the amount of derivation power. If there were as many members of the great golden-winged rock clan as there were as many of them as there were humans, it would be a disaster for the entire world. At that time, even if all the living beings worked together, they would not be able to contend against the great golden-winged rock clan. Once the great golden-winged rock clan wanted to do something, it would be a devastating blow to all living beings. Third Commander. Greetings, Third Commander. As the elegant youth's figure landed, cheers sounded from all around, causing a heated commotion. Jialo Juekong landed on the square, looked around and nodded. Then, he smiled at Jialo Kaling. Jialo Kaling nodded, then said to Du Xiaofu, he is the third commander of the clan, called Jialo Juekong. He is much younger than Jialo Jueo, but he is stronger. Among the younger generation of the clan, his talent is enough to be ranked in the top 5. However, in terms of cultivation, if he is ranked second in the clan, no one would dare to be ranked first. He can be considered the number one martial fanatic in the clan. Du Xiaofu looked at Jialo Kaling and asked, "Fourth Commander Jialo Jueo, Third Commander Jialo Juekong, if you are the Grand Commander, then there should be a second commander, right? Another guy with terrifying talent?" "You're right. His talent isn't just terrifying, it's extremely terrifying. If it weren't for this competition, he would have broken through to the beast domain realm long ago," Jialo Kaling said to Du Xiaofu in a casual manner. "I could have broken through to the beast region a long time ago." When Du Xiaofu heard this, he couldn't help but gasp. Jialo Kaling was already abnormal enough. Who knew that there was such an abnormal existence among the younger generation of the golden-winged great rocks? At this moment, Du Xiaofu truly felt the terror of the golden-winged great rocks. From the younger generation, it was enough to see the foundation and strength of the golden-winged great rocks. After taking a deep breath, Du Xiaofu's face slightly twitched. He asked Jialo Kaling curiously, if he didn't break through to the beast region, how could it be related to this competition? Jialo Kaling looked at Du Xiaofu. She didn't seem to plan on hiding anything. She said, "It's not just related, it's also greatly related. The top 10 of the competition can enter a secret area to cultivate. The closer they are to the top, the greater the benefits they will receive. The effects of the secret area are the best for cultivators below the beast region realm. In order to not waste the spots, only those above the beast region realm have the chance to participate in the competition. So that's how it is." Du Xiaofu nodded. Just as he finished speaking, a rather sharp voice suddenly sounded, "You were the one who heavily injured fourth brother." Looking over, Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and saw Jialo Juekong walking over from the plaza, standing at the edge of the plaza in front of him. Jialo Juekong looked directly at Du Xiaofu. There wasn't much kindness in his eyes, and he appeared rather sharp. At the same time, the disciples of the golden-winged great rocks also looked over with complicated emotions. There were many protectors of the golden-winged great rocks around the plaza, but none of them said anything. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at Jialo Juekong. Before he could say anything, Jialo Kaling had already spoken. She said to Jialo Juekong, "Today is the day of the competition. You should save some strength to deal with Jialo Jueyu. It's fine. Since second brother isn't here yet, I won't use much strength to deal with a human. It won't take much time either." Jialo Juekong said to Jialo Kaling. His gaze was still sharp as he looked at Du Xiaofu. "Jialo Jueyu doesn't seem to be able to move today. If someone wants to follow in his footsteps, I don't mind helping." Du Xiaofu said with a faint smile. Someone had picked him. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, Du Xiaofu wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. Following Du Xiaofu's words, which were obviously impolite, the surrounding disciples of the golden-winged great rocks immediately raised their gazes. Following Du Xiaofu's words, Jialo Juekong's faint golden pupils suddenly constricted. The expression on his face became more and more sharp. Whoosh whoosh, it was also at this moment that there were many figures in the air, bringing with them the sound of breaking wind. The entire plaza suddenly became much quieter. As if sensing something, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and looked over. As many young men and women landed on the ground, there was a young man in the middle. He wore a light yellow robe with golden edges. Even when he landed and stood there quietly, he was like a piece of flawless jade. He was handsome and had a unique charm. "Greetings, Second Commander." Following the appearance of the handsome young man, the surroundings were in an uproar. "Second Commander." Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and looked at the handsome young man. He had just learned from Jialo Kaling that he was an absolutely terrifying person. Jialo Juekong's sharp gaze relaxed a little as he looked at the handsome young man. The handsome young man nodded slightly to the surroundings. He took a few steps forward and stood beside Jialo Juekong as he said, "Third brother, what's wrong with you? Nothing. I heard that fourth brother was seriously injured and has no chance to fight today. An insignificant human has to pay the price, Jialo Juekong said. Jialo Jueyu followed Jialo Juekong's gaze and looked at Du Xiaofu. A faint golden brilliance fluctuated in his eyes. His long eyebrows were raised, and there was a fierce domineering aura around him. The invisible aura on his body had greatly affected Little Falcon, Phantom Tiger King, Zither Demon, Wild Bear King, and even Ghost Chariot and Divine Ape King. He's really strong. Du Xiaofu's heart sank. An invisible aura fluctuated from the handsome young man's body, and the surrounding space had silently distorted as a pressure quietly spread out. This kind of aura was definitely not something that an ordinary person could possess. The handsome young man before him was definitely an extremely dangerous person. With the arrival of Jialo Jueyu, he also looked at Du Xiaofu. The noise around the square had almost completely quieted down. Many gazes were currently focused on the two sides, guessing whether there would be an intense collision before the grand competition. Boom! Suddenly, in this quiet atmosphere, an aura trembled high up in the sky, and it was particularly eye-catching. In an instant, a dazzling golden light spread out in the air. The dazzling and resplendent golden light caused very few people present to be able to open their eyes to look directly at it. As the golden light appeared, it immediately connected to a row of simple and unadorned seats in the square. Then, nearly 20 figures walked out from the golden light. The golden light faded, and nearly 20 figures filled the square with majestic auras. The space around the vast square was secretly trembling at this moment. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. He had seen many of these figures in the Great Hall before. They were the fifth elder Jialo Yuantu, the fourth elder Jialo Yi, the great protector Jialo Huanyu, and other experts of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. At this moment, there were 3 old men in front of these experts. All of them had white eyebrows and looked very old. Looking at the appearance of the 3 old men, they all looked to be in their twilight years. However, as members of the Beast clan and elders of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, it was unknown how many thousands of years they had lived. The auras of the 3 old men made Du Xiaofu narrow his eyes. Compared to the auras of the 4th elder Jialo Yi and the 5th elder Jialo Yuantu, they were even more unfathomable. The first old man in the middle was quite tall. His hair was light gold, and he wore a silver gold robe. His aura was calm. However, with his extraordinary senses, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that the old man had a domineering aura emanating from his body. There was a sense of danger that was above everyone else. Even the 4th elder Jialo Yi could not compare to this sense of danger. The second old man appeared to be a little old. However, when he stood beside the first old man, the invisible aura around him did not seem to be affected much. Without a doubt, he was a terrifying existence on the same level as the first old man in the silver gold robe. The third old man wore a scholarly robe and looked the youngest. His eyes were golden, and his gaze swept across the square with interest. While Du Xiaofu was sizing them up, thunderous noises resounded from the surrounding square in an instant. Greetings, elders. As the voices echoed in the square, Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Juekong, Jialo Kaling and the others bowed respectfully. You may all rise. The old man in the silver gold robe waved his sleeve, indicating for everyone to rise. His voice was not loud, but it resounded in the sky and landed clearly in everyone's ears. I didn't expect that the first elder, second elder, third elder, fourth elder, fifth elder, head protector and the others would all come this time. The first elder, second elder and third elder have been in seclusion all year round. This shows how much importance the clan attaches to this competition. Great elder, second elder, and third elder are here as well. This time, I must perform well. If I can make the great elder, second elder, and third elder remember me and get some pointers, I will benefit greatly in the future. Everyone stood up, and whispers resounded throughout the area. The appearance of the first elder, second elder, third elder, fourth elder, fifth elder, and the head protector caused the atmosphere in the lively square to become even more fiery. At this moment, the young men and women who were participating in the competition were extremely excited and eager to give it a try. Chapter 1329. The elders did not pay any attention to the commotion in the square. They all looked towards the sky, as if waiting for something. Could it be that someone else is coming? Seeing that the elders were all waiting, the surrounding golden-winged Great Peng clan disciples were puzzled. So it's the great elder, second elder, and third elder of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. Hearing the discussion of the surrounding golden-winged Great Peng clan disciples, Du Xiaofu knew that they were the great elder, second elder, and third elder of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. No wonder their auras were so terrifying and unfathomable. Zi Xian looked at the great elder and the others in the square, and a purple glow appeared in her eyes. "Welcome, clan leader." Suddenly, the silver-yellow-robed elder spoke. His voice reverberated in everyone's ears, shaking their yuan spirits. At this moment, the gazes of all the golden-winged Great Peng clan disciples trembled fiercely. The figures immediately knelt on one knee respectfully. Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Juekong, and Jialo Kaling were no exception. In the distance, the young golden-winged Great Peng clan disciples on the towering trees also spread their wings and prostrated themselves on the ground. "Welcome, clan leader." The sound waves gathered and reverberated in the sky, causing the space to tremble. Just as the sound waves soared into the sky and resounded through the clouds, there was a faint ripple of golden light in the sky. Boom! Then, a golden light descended from the 9 heavens like a bolt of lightning, and a tall and majestic golden figure descended in front of the elders. The golden lightning turned into golden runes and dissipated. A long-haired elder in his 60s walked out. His golden robes were embroidered with the image of a golden-winged Great Peng. It was like a living creature, releasing its might. Although the elder no longer looked young, the outline of his face was enough to show that he had looked like a human when he was young. He must have been extraordinarily handsome. The aura on his body was faintly discernible and ethereal, but it was unreasonably domineering. With the arrival of the golden-robed elder, Du Xiaofu could feel the blood in his body boiling. The bone in his chest was boiling, and the primordial spirit in his mind's Naiwan palace trembled for no reason. If it weren't for the fact that Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit had 2 types of spiritual thunder soul seeds fused with his spiritual root, he would probably be trembling right now. Is he the clan leader of the golden-winged Great Rocks? Du Xiaofu sized up the golden-robed elder, and his eyes trembled. The clan leader of the golden-winged Great Rocks, the supreme beast clan leader of the world. If someone like Sima Ta Xing, the master of the ancient heaven sect, were to stomp his foot, the entire central continent would tremble. If this golden-robed old man were to stomp his foot, the entire world would tremble. At this moment, the spiritual illusion Tiger King, Gue Che, Raging Bear King, and even the zither devil Shangguan Qi Xian were intimidated and bowed respectfully. This was the clan leader of the golden-winged Great Rocks, and they couldn't resist his invisible pressure. Only Du Xiaofu and Zi Xian stood quietly. Even Zi Xian lowered her head slightly and didn't look directly at the old man. At the front of the square, the old man in the brocade robe swept his gaze across the square. His gaze quickly paused on Zi Xian and Du Xiaofu. However, deep within his golden eyes, he merely glanced at them before shifting his gaze away. It was as though he did not see them, and his expression did not change. "You may all rise." The clan leader of the golden-winged Great Rocks waved his hand and shook his sleeves. He nodded at the first elder, second elder, and the others before sitting down on a simple chair behind him. The old man sat there with a domineering aura. Every move he made was enough to look down on the world. At this moment, all the disciples of the golden-winged Great Rocks slowly stood up, no matter if they were young or old. Everyone was excited. No one had expected that not only the first elder and the others would come, but even the clan leader would come. Stay here and don't cause any trouble. Jialo Kai Ling, who was beside Du Xiaofu, said. Her tall figure flew to the square and stood quietly behind the clan leader. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and looked at Jialo Kai Ling. He secretly frowned and smiled bitterly. He didn't want to cause trouble. It was fine as long as trouble didn't come to him. The first commander is the daughter of the clan leader, Jialo Changtian. Rumor has it that his cultivation is rare in this world. Jialo Yueying's words were whispered into Du Xiaofu's ears. Jialo Kai Ling is the eldest daughter of the golden-winged great rocks. Du Xiaofu's eyes were wide open. He knew that Jialo Kai Ling had a high status in the clan, but he didn't expect that the hot-tempered woman was not only the first commander, but also the daughter of the clan leader. The daughter of the golden-winged great rocks, the eldest daughter of the golden-winged great rocks, her status was not simple. Great Guardian, why don't you preside over the competition? The clan leader, Jialo Changtian, asked the great guardian, Jialo Huanyu, who was sitting on a quaint chair. Jialo Huanyu stood up and nodded his head. He then walked out slowly. The square fell into silence as the great guardian Jialo Huanyu walked out. All the younger generation's eyes trembled and golden light surged in their eyes. The competition is held once every 300 years. I'm sure everyone knows the rules. You can do your best, but you can't kill. Otherwise, the clan will not let you off easily. The great guardian's voice was soft, but it was more domineering than the cry of the phoenix. It resounded throughout the square. The voice contained a faint majestic aura of the golden-winged great rocks. Guqin Demon, Gue Che, Spiritual Tiger King and the rest could feel their bodies trembling slightly. The square fell into silence as all the younger generation waited patiently. They already knew the rules. Seeing that there were no objections from the square, the great guardian Jialo Huanyu waved his hand and said, "Now, all the younger generation who are participating in the competition, please enter the arena." Boom! Swoosh swoosh, as the great guardian Jialo Huanyu waved his hand, the moment he finished his words, surges of aura surged in the square, and figures flew out one after another. There were 200 to 300 figures in the square, and they flew to the center of the square. The figures stood in the square, and it wasn't a spectacular sight to see 200 to 300 people in the square. However, the aura that seeped out from their bodies caused their many human figures to appear extremely imposing. As the figures rushed onto the square, the surrounding atmosphere immediately became fiery hot. Deafening noises erupted at this moment, and the wind and clouds in the sky surged. Jialo Juekong and Jialo Jueyu glanced at Du Xiaofu. Golden light surged under their feet as they flew out and landed in the center of the square. Second Commander. Third Commander. Jialo Jueyu and Jialo Juekong, who were the most influential among the younger generation of the Great Rocks, entered the square, and the atmosphere was pushed to a climax. The domineering aura in the square soared into the clouds, and the clouds surged in the sky. This was the grand event of the golden-winged great rocks that occurred once every 300 years. Du Xiaofu's blood boiled, and his eyes glowed with a golden light. He was affected by the atmosphere. What's going on? Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's gaze that was looking at the plaza suddenly raised, and his expression changed in surprise. At this moment, in Du Xiaofu's eyes, a small girl appeared in the corner of the square. The girl looked to be around 5 or 6 years old, and she stood in the square with a serious expression. Who else could it be other than little Xingxing? Did that little girl appear? It's her, it's this little girl. She destroyed the herb field and dug up a lot of heavenly treasures. Almost at the same time, little Xingxing's appearance caused a commotion among the younger generation in the square. The elders in the square also received the attention of the commotion. Purple Dragon Emperor, what is she trying to do? The Divine Ape King, Fire Dragon King, Silver Blood Leopard King, and the others were shocked. Right now, the golden-winged great rocks were looking for the Purple Dragon Emperor everywhere. However, she still appeared so openly. Wasn't she deliberately causing trouble? At this moment, Zi Xian's purple eyes were looking at the square, and then they fell on Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked at each other and smiled helplessly. He didn't know what had happened, and he didn't know what the little girl was trying to do. "Little girl, you still dare to appear today. How dare you?" Some of the young men and women saw little Xingxing, and there was an uproar. However, the strange thing was that no one took action immediately. Judging from the expressions on their faces, they seemed to be afraid of little Xingxing. "Great-grandmother asked me to participate in the grand competition. Do you dare to take action against me? Be careful, or I won't go easy on you." Little Xingxing's bewitching eyes looked at the young men and women around her, and she waved her little fist. She didn't care at all, and she acted like an old man without any worry. Jialo Kai-ling, who was sitting on a simple and unadorned chair, whispered something into Jialo Changtian's ear, causing Jialo Changtian's eyes to move slightly without leaving a trace. After which, he swept his gaze across Du Xiaofu, who was at the edge of the square, and finally landed on little Xingxing, who was acting like an old man. "That little girl is related to our tribe. Let's participate in the grand competition together." The clan leader, Jialo Changtian, said in a dignified voice. When the younger generation in the square heard the clan leader's words, they were stunned. Then, they stood respectfully with their hands by their sides. When the surrounding elders heard the clan leader's words, some of them were puzzled, but they didn't say anything. They just sat there calmly. "All right, let's begin the trial." Great Guardian Jialo Huanyu's faint and dignified voice resounded in the hall when he heard the clan leader's words. Chapter 1330. Wine. The sound of wind and thunder resounded through the clouds. As the great guardian Jialo Huanyu finished speaking, a golden light shot up from the square and covered half of the sky. Boom! The golden light covered the square, and an overwhelming pressure caused the ground to tremble. Suddenly, 10 golden clouds appeared in the sky, emitting an overbearing pressure and dazzling runes. 10 battle clouds. Du Xiaofu raised his head. The 10 golden clouds were not big, but they emitted a terrifying pressure. He had heard from Jialo Yueying that in the first round of the outer sect competition, the last 10 people to remain on the battle clouds would be the final winners. After that, in the battle for the top 10 rankings, the 10 people would attack each other. The first one to land on the square would be ranked lower. The 10 golden battle clouds hovered in the sky, and only the top 10 people could step on them to become the final winners. Boom! In an instant, streaks of golden light gushed out from their bodies above the square. Figures rushed to the sky one after another. Immediately, they soared high into the sky. Whoosh! Everyone was fighting for the 10 battle clouds, and it was bound to be a fierce battle. As soon as someone flew up, someone behind him could not help but attack. He wanted to stop the person and use him as a stepping stone. When the person who was attacked realized what was happening, he turned around and was furious. The metal in his body surged, and he waved his hand, causing golden light to sweep out. As someone made a move, the atmosphere in the square instantly surged. Some of the more powerful people were also affected and attacked. Wave after wave of powerful and overbearing energy swept across the square, causing the square to instantly descend into chaos. Hundreds of young golden rocks attacked, and nearly 100 of them were in the sovereign realm. The overbearing aura and the sovereign beast clan's overbearing aura filled every corner of the square. It's too scary. Under the overbearing aura, Spiritual Tiger King, Guo Che, Furious Bear King, Guqin Demon, and the others felt suffocated and depressed. In an instant, overbearing energy overflowed, and chaos broke out. A chaotic battle was on the verge of breaking out. However, there were still a few people in the square who did not move. They were Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Juekong, and a few other extraordinary young men and women. They were still standing there quietly. They didn't care about the chaotic fight, and no one dared to attack them. Little Xingxing also didn't make a move. His small body stood in a square as he raised his head to look at the battle in the sky. His gaze then landed on Jialo Juekong, Jialo Jueyu, and the others. Finally, a golden-winged peng bird revealed its true form. It spread its wings and soared into the clouds. Golden light erupted, and its cry pierced through the clouds and cracked stone. It spread its wings and circled high up in the sky, looking down with its golden eyes. Then, quite a few great golden-winged pengs appeared in the sky, golden light flickering, releasing endless radiance. Their auras were terrifying, clashing together, all types of supreme might being released. Bang bang! The fierce battle high up in the sky stirred up a monstrous commotion and deafened the ears. There were also golden-winged rocks that were not strong enough to fall into the square. Some left in disappointment, while others gritted their teeth and continued to charge into the sky, wanting to continue fighting. Du Xiaofu observed carefully. What the golden-winged peng birds cultivated wasn't just the supreme beast energy of a clan. These golden-winged peng birds had also cultivated quite a few profound mysteries. Some peng birds could use fire spells, some peng birds could use ice spells, and some peng birds could use other beast energy secret techniques. They kept clashing in the rumbling and trembling space. There were even quite a few golden-winged peng birds who used their Dao artifacts and magical weapons to fight. The Dao artifacts and magical weapons were definitely extraordinary. They were all precious treasures in the outside world. Many golden-winged peng birds directly clashed with each other. Their powerful physical bodies were their most powerful attacks. What a strong physical body! Although he was confident in his own physical body, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the physical body of the golden-winged peng bird. Back when he fought with Jialo Jueyo, Du Xiaofu felt the true terror of the golden-winged peng bird's physical body. This also made Du Xiaofu realize that he had gained a lot of advantages by being able to step into the realm of refining the divine body through the body refinement method. Think about it. The golden-winged peng bird's physical body was so huge. How much energy was needed to refine the divine feathers and cleanse the marrow? How much smaller was the human body in comparison? Such a comparison made Du Xiaofu sigh in his heart. Just how difficult was the body training method of the golden-winged great peng bird clan? The advantage that he had gained from being able to step into the level of refining his divine body was not small. Too strong. There were already quite a few powerful rocks fighting over the treasures. The spiritual Tiger King, Violent Bear King, and the others cried out in shock. They watched carefully. For them, if they could gain some enlightenment, it would be a great opportunity. This battle cloud is mine. A transcendent beast sovereign golden-winged peng bird shouted. Golden light surged from its body like a tide, destroying the void. You're not enough. Another golden-winged peng bird shouted. Its body shone with golden light. It flapped its wings and flew thousands of feet into the sky. With an unparalleled momentum, the golden light suppressed the golden-winged peng bird like lightning. Bang, 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 continuous sonic booms exploded in all directions, and monstrous energy collapsed. Powerful talisman arrays were activated, and seals were solidified. Otherwise, in such an intense battle at this moment, the square would have long been flattened to the ground, with the mountains collapsing and the earth cracking. Boom! Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on little Xingxing's young face. It stomped its feet on the ground and rushed into the sky. Its goal was to fight for the battle cloud. The many golden-winged peng birds who were fighting fiercely looked down at little Xingxing with their huge golden eyes, but none of them dared to stop it. Finally, a huge golden-winged peng bird surged with transcendent energy. It activated Peng descends to the 9 heavens, flapping its wings and bursting with golden light. It suppressed little Xingxing. Get down! Golden flames flashed in little Xingxing's eyes. Its tiny body pierced through space like lightning. It appeared on the back of the transcendent beast's sovereign golden-winged peng bird like a ghost. Its tiny fist was wrapped in golden flames, and it punched down. Pft! With just one punch, the transcendent golden-winged peng bird screeched and spat out golden blood. Its huge body fell down like a bird with broken wings, causing the square to tremble. At the head of the square, the gazes of the elders and protectors began to change. Whoosh! On the square, Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Juekong, and several other extraordinary young men and women were standing quietly. They looked at the golden-winged peng bird that had been punched down. Their calm expressions began to fluctuate violently. Chi! A golden figure rushed out of the square. A terrifying aura of a peak venerable origin beast swept out. It rose from the ground like a tornado and rushed toward little Xingxing. Little girl, get down. It was a young man in golden armor. He shouted like thunder and punched out furiously. His fist was wrapped in golden talisman patterns and distorted space. Venerable origin beast, you're not enough. Little Xingxing's demonic eyes revealed a faint smile. Her small body had a domineering aura. She did not retreat or give way. Her small fist was suddenly covered in purple flames. The purple flames in the surroundings suddenly burst out and collided directly with the armored young man's fist. The two fists collided, causing runes to splatter everywhere. Energy radiance surged and spread. Thud! Thud! The armored young man's body was blasted back. He groaned and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Little Xingxing's small body only swayed slightly. Being injured in one move, the young man in green armor was shocked. At the head of the square below, the elders and guardians of the golden-winged peng bird clan were shocked. Screech! As the young man in golden armor was shocked, he immediately activated his main body. Walala, spreading its wings high in the sky, the armored young man's huge golden-winged peng bird was thousands of feet tall. His entire body was dazzling with golden light. When he spread his wings, it shattered the void. He was incomparably domineering as he swept his golden wings toward little Xingxing. At this moment, facing the huge body of the golden-winged peng bird, little Xingxing's body was like an ant facing an elephant. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Humph! Little Xingxing let out a deep snort. From his small body, the aura of a peak primordial chaos sovereign surged out. He did not dodge the huge body of the former at all. Come! Just as the golden wings swept over, little Xingxing's small body did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. There seemed to be starlight flowing on his small hand. He directly punched the huge golden wings. Such a collision caused a dazzling light to erupt. There was a rumbling sound in the sky. An energy storm swept out like a tornado. The golden-winged peng bird clan's main body was extremely domineering. However, under little Xingxing's punch, the feathers on the golden wings fluttered. Blood dripped. The huge body was almost overturned. Chi! Little Xingxing's tiny body suddenly appeared on the huge golden-winged peng bird's golden wings. He was as fast as lightning. His small fists rained down like a storm. Bang! 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 A series of punches were thrown from little Xingxing's hand in a flash. The muffled sound was like thunder. Screech, golden feathers fluttered. Golden peng blood spurted. The right wing of the golden-winged peng bird was dripping with pale golden blood, revealing eerie white bones. It screamed in pain. Get down! Little Xingxing stomped his foot. Under his small feet, a golden flame surged out like a tide and poured into his body. Accumulate. The golden-winged peng bird clan's huge body directly fell. In the end, it landed heavily on the square. At this moment, everyone could not help but look at the small figure in the sky. Although the figure was small, it had the aura of a supreme being at this moment. That kind of pressure caused even the beast souls of the same generation of the golden-winged pink bird clan to tremble. Little Xingxing stepped into the void. His eyes were demonic. He was extremely domineering and shocked all the golden-winged pink birds present. Who dares to stop me? Taking a step forward, Little Xingxing stepped on the void and landed on a golden battle cloud. No one dared to stop him. Little Xingxing became the first person to step onto the golden battle cloud. He shocked all the golden-winged pink birds. So powerful. At the edge of the square, the illusion Tiger King's eyes trembled. He gasped. The Purple Dragon Emperor is mighty. The Divine Ape King, Fire Wyrm King, Silverblood Leopard King, and the others trembled with excitement. Chapter 1331. As Little Xingxing stepped onto the golden battle cloud, Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Juekong, and the others' expressions finally changed. Golden light surged under their feet as they flew out one by one. Their aura spread, shaking everything in their path. Whoosh whoosh, a total of 6 figures stepped onto 6 golden battle clouds. The surrounding golden-winged rocks all retreated, not daring to block their path. Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Juekong, and the others' gazes fell on Little Xingxing. Fighting spirit surged in their eyes, golden light surging. Do you want to fight? I'll keep you company. Little Xingxing looked straight at them. He called himself an emperor and did not back down. The demonic supreme aura on his body was on par with Jialo Jueyu and the others. Where did that little girl come from? The fourth elder, Jialo Yi, softly said from the elders' seats. The little girl was young, but her sovereign aura and aura were already extremely powerful. Jialo Jueyu and the other elders had cultivated for hundreds of years. Compared to them, the little girl was astonishing. On the golden battle cloud, everyone looked at each other. Jialo Jueyu stood there elegantly, his eyes rippling with golden light, but he did not immediately attack. There was still one last golden battle cloud left. The younger generation of the golden-winged rocks were still fighting over it. Bang, 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 sonic booms shook people's souls. Golden light shot out in all directions. Many golden-winged rocks flew across the sky, shaking the space. Although this kind of fierce competition was extremely fierce, it was not very attractive to Du Xiaofu at the moment. The fierce battle finally ended when 3 golden-winged rocks with cultivation around the peak of the transcendent beast venerable level stepped onto the golden battle cloud. 10 figures stepped onto the battle cloud. Little Xingxing was the most eye-catching. The defeated young men and women withdrew their true forms and retreated from the square. They were all seriously injured, and most of them were pale. Some were unwilling, some sighed, looking at the 10 people on the golden battle cloud with envy. That little girl actually took up one of the spots. Seeing Little Star set foot on the battle cloud, some of the golden-winged rocks were rather displeased. In particular, the few youths who had missed the final step felt even more indignant. The 10 of you can continue to compete for the rankings. You should know what it means to be ranked higher. Now, let's continue. The great guardian, Jialo Huanyu, stood up and said again. He looked at the 10 figures in the sky and did not look surprised. Everything seemed to be within his expectations. The only one who was surprised was the small figure in the sky. As the great guardian Jialo Huanyu spoke, golden light surged on the battle cloud. Everyone's eyes were filled with golden light. There were also many pairs of eyes that were staring at Little Xingxing. What? You want to gang up on me? I'm not afraid. Let's go. Little Star acted like an old man. He clenched his fists and waved them around. His demonic eyes were filled with golden flames. Starlight flowed around him as he stared at the young experts of the golden-winged rocks. Do you need us to gang up on a little girl like you? The golden-winged rocks will never do such a shameful thing. A figure stepped out from the battle cloud. It was a leisurely young man. He was the third commander, Jialo Juekong. Looking at Little Star, Jialo Juekong's golden eyes started to disperse and emit golden light. He said, "Go down yourself. I don't want to fight a little girl. It's unfair. You're really conceited." Little Star stared at Jialo Juekong. There was no harmless smile on his chubby face. He looked serious and exuded a supreme aura. He smiled faintly and said, "I know who you are. You're the third commander of the Golden-Winged Rocks, Jialo Juekong. It's a pity that I don't put you in my eyes. Little girl, I didn't want to fight you. Since you're so stubborn, you'll have to suffer a little." Jialo Juekong was slightly angered. Golden light gushed out and enveloped his body. There seemed to be a faint image of a golden-winged rocks enveloping him. It was like a miracle. His aura was terrifying. That guy is definitely very strong. Violet Dragon Emperor, be careful. The Divine Ape King, Spiritual Tiger King, Fire Dragon King, Silver Blood Leopard King and the others looked at Jialo Juekong. They all knew that Jialo Juekong was very strong and extraordinary. Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. He also knew that Jialo Juekong was definitely a dangerous existence. His aura was unfathomable. Jialo Juekong was also a martial fanatic of the Golden-Winged Rocks. He was probably not much weaker than Jialo Jueyu. However, Du Xiaofu wasn't too worried about Little Star. With Little Star's defensive means, she wouldn't suffer a great loss. "Humph, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Do you really think you're very powerful?" Little Star snorted coldly. As her voice faded, her small body turned into a streak of starlight and pounced towards Jialo Juekong. "That little girl is too arrogant and domineering." The golden-winged rocks around the square were secretly discussing. That little girl actually took the initiative to attack Jialo Juekong. She actually didn't put one of the strongest young experts of the golden-winged rocks in her eyes. How domineering and arrogant was that? "You're asking for trouble." Jialo Juekong's golden eyes were suffused with a golden vortex of light. It was like a golden black hole that could frighten the Yuan spirit of others. With a wave of his hand, golden light burst out like a surging tide, blocking Little Star. "Break!" Little Star shouted. She shattered the golden light with a punch. Her momentum was unstoppable. After personally exchanging blows, Jialo Juekong's expression truly changed. He immediately attacked again, instantly exchanging blows with Little Star. As Little Star and Jialo Juekong made their moves, the remaining people on the battle cloud looked at each other. Little Star already had Jialo Juekong's help, so they didn't need to work together. Fight! In just a short moment, the remaining few experts of the younger generation, who were from the Sovereign Beast clan, pounced forward in unison. They continued to engage in a chaotic battle for the sake of obtaining a ranking. At this moment, as long as they defeated one person, they would be able to rank one higher. Therefore, this might be a chaotic battle, so they didn't hold back and gave it their all. Gee! Someone immediately urged the golden-winged rocks to rush forward. They flapped their wings and soared into the sky. Their screeches pierced through the clouds and cracked rocks. Rumble, although there were only a few golden-winged rocks fighting at this moment, the level of strength was much stronger than the previous chaotic battle. The fierce battle caused the beast energy to erupt, causing lightning to flash and thunder to rumble in the sky. Strong winds blew, and golden light intertwined and surged. All kinds of supreme beast energy of the golden-winged rocks surged out, causing the Phantom Tiger King, Ghost Chariot, and the others to tremble in fear. Bang, 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 not long after the chaotic battle, 3 golden-winged rocks fell. They were the 3 transcendent beast venerable golden-winged rocks that had fought for the top 10 spots. At this moment, the remaining battles were even more intense. The battle between the 4 golden-winged rocks at the level of primordial beast venerable attracted Du Xiaofu's attention. At this moment, if it weren't for the talisman arrays and seals around the square, the surroundings would have long been destroyed into ruins. Jialo Jueyu stepped onto the battle cloud, but he didn't make a move. No golden-winged rocks dared to attack him. Jialo Jueyu appeared to be extremely relaxed, but his gaze wasn't calm at this moment. He had been staring intently at the battle between Little Xingxing and Jialo Juekong. At this moment, the most eye-catching battle in the field wasn't the 4 huge golden-winged rocks, but the 2 figures of Little Xingxing and Jialo Juekong. Neither of them had activated their true bodies, but the aura and pressure of their battle was enough for the surrounding disciples and experts of the golden-winged great rocks to feel that they were many times stronger than the 4 golden-winged great rocks at the Hunyuan beast venerable level. In the sky, Little Xingxing wasn't afraid in the face of Jialo Juekong. He was wild and domineering as his small fist blasted out, sweeping in all directions. Starlight overflowed from Little Xingxing's body. Purple flames surged, and golden flames filled the sky. The fierce attack also carried an attack that affected the soul. The attack and monstrous energy swept out like a wave, attacking Jialo Juekong. At this moment, Jialo Juekong had actually activated all the aura of a Nirvana beast venerable. Golden light erupted, and the various magical powers of the golden-winged rocks were displayed. However, they could only barely resist Little Xingxing's attack. In this big and small battle, energy runes formed a waterfall, surging and pouring down, drowning the sky. The pressure was frightening. The 2 of them didn't have time to directly clash with their physical bodies. The physical bodies of the golden-winged rocks went without saying. They were extremely domineering and fierce, not to mention a cultivation maniac like Jialo Juekong. And Little Xingxing, with his peak primordial beast venerable cultivation, was completely fearless against Jialo Juekong's Nirvana beast venerable. Especially in the face of Jialo Juekong's terrifying attack, Little Xingxing seemed to be immune to that energy. His small body swept in all directions, wild and domineering. As time passed, the eyes of all the golden-winged rocks were completely shocked. That little girl was too strong. She wasn't any weaker than Jialo Juekong. It was unbelievable. Chapter 1332. Although this little girl is playful, she hasn't fallen behind in her cultivation. Du Xiaofu also sighed, and at the same time, he was envious. Du Xiaofu knew best how long Little Xingxing had been cultivating. She was extraordinarily talented from birth, and after cultivating for a short time, she had already reached the peak of venerable chaos. Others were simply too ashamed to show their faces. Du Xiaofu still remembered that Little Xingxing had only reached the level of venerable chaos not long ago when she fought with Dragon 8, Dragon 7, and the others. And now, Little Xingxing was already at the peak of venerable chaos. She must have eaten a lot of treasures and spirit herbs in the golden-winged Great Rock clan these days. Otherwise, she would not have been hunted down by the entire golden-winged Great Rock clan. High up in the sky, 2 of the 4 golden-winged Great Rock clashing with venerable chaos were defeated again. The fall of the 2 huge golden-winged Great Rocks was also extremely frightening. It was as if millions of mountains were pressing down, causing the square to rumble and tremble endlessly. Even with the seal of the talisman array, cracks almost appeared. The remaining 2 golden-winged Great Rocks continued to fight. Every time they advanced a level, the benefits they would obtain would be greater. Naturally, they would not give in to the other party. Bang! The sky rumbled as Little Xingxing clashed with Jialo Juekong again. A vast mist erupted in the space, and the surrounding space rippled. Golden light and golden flames erupted everywhere. Activate your main body and use your strongest strength. I'm not easy to deal with. Little Xingxing retreated a few steps and stabilized her body. She looked at Jialo Juekong, who had retreated more than a dozen steps. Heavens, Jialo Juekong is actually at a disadvantage. The 3rd commander doesn't seem to have the upper hand. Some of the golden-winged Great Rocks exclaimed. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, not daring to accept what they had just seen. Jialo Juekong looked at little Xingxing, his expression unprecedentedly serious. However, his temperament did not change. He then said slowly, "I've indeed underestimated you, little girl. But from now on, I won't hold back." Gee! As Jialo Juekong's voice fell, a shriek resounded through the sky. Golden light expanded from his body, and a huge golden-winged rock appeared in the sky. Its entire body was shrouded in golden light, and it was incomparably terrifying. It looked disdainfully in all directions, and a terrible might descended. Too strong. At this moment, the aura emanating from Jialo Juekong's enormous body caused Gui Che, the divine ape king, and the others to tremble. That was the supreme aura of the golden-winged great rocks, causing the hearts and souls of all the beasts to palpitate. Late-stage Nirvana Beast Venerable. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and looked at the huge golden-winged rock. Jialo Juekong's true strength was at the late Nirvana Beast Sovereign level. As a pure-blooded descendant of the golden-winged great ping bird, a late-stage Nirvana Beast Venerable, his strength was extremely terrifying. It was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to know that Jialo Juekong's cultivation level was probably enough to directly confront his seventh martial uncle, Venerable Qian Xing, and his eldest martial uncle, Venerable Quang. It was not certain who would win in the end. Jialo Juekong would most likely have the upper hand. True body. I have one too. Little Xingxing raised his eyebrows and golden flames rose from his bewitching eyes. Ao! In the next moment, a dragon's roar resounded in this space. Little Xingxing's body, which was hundreds of feet long, was hovering high in the sky. His wings, which were hundreds of feet long, were like phoenix feathers, spreading blazing red and purple flames. Starlight flowed on the surface of his body. He also had the aura of the golden-winged great peng, but more of a terrifying supreme aura. All the golden-winged great peng birds raised their heads. Under that terrifying pressure, they all felt their beast souls tremble. There seems to be the aura of the Phoenix clan, but there also seems to be the aura of our golden-winged great peng bird clan. The other auras are not inferior to our clan's aura. What kind of dragon is that? Looking at little Xingxing's body, the first elder, second elder, third elder, and the rest of the golden-winged great rock clan's old faces revealed a strange expression as intense ripples appeared in their eyes. They clearly felt the aura of the golden-winged great peng bird clan on little Xingxing's body. No wonder the patriarch said that the little girl was also related to the golden-winged great peng bird clan. This kind of pressure, why is it so strong? Jialo Changtian looked at little Xingxing's body and was also surprised. A golden light flashed across the depths of his eyes. The pressure that spread out from little Xingxing's body was definitely not ordinary. It seemed to be even stronger than the golden-winged great peng bird clan. Whoosh! Little Xingxing's body hovered high in the sky. Below his abdomen, there were faintly 5 claws rising. Rune clouds surged. His eyes overflowed with golden light as he flapped his wings, forming a blazing flame tornado. A terrifying and strange pressure descended from his body. Jialo Juekong's huge body hovered in the air. At this moment, his golden eyes were like a golden whirlpool that could devour a person's soul. Looking at little Xingxing's body, he also trembled inwardly. Gee! But in just an instant, Jialo Juekong's huge body soared through the sky. Golden light surged out, and his aura was vast and turbulent. He flapped his wings and brought about a huge wave of golden light that swept out like a torrent. It rumbled in the sky and swept towards little Xingxing, crushing everything in its path. Roar! Little Xingxing was not afraid. The complex pressure on his body soared into the sky, and his roar shook the soul. It seemed to be mixed with a strange soul attack. The golden flames around his body seemed to have turned into a sea of fire that burned everything. In the sky, little Xingxing and Jialo Juekong collided once again. Bang, bang, bang. This collision caused the sky to collapse. The golden-winged great peng bird's body was this world's supreme beast clan. It could tear everything apart, sweep through the ages, and suppress all living things. But at this moment, little Xingxing's body was not inferior. Even though his cultivation level was lower, he was still able to contend. If the two of them were at the same cultivation level, the victor and loser would have already been decided. Boom, in the sky, the dragon and peng collided one after another, tearing apart space and crushing the void. The sky trembled endlessly as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. This kind of confrontation caused many golden-winged great peng bird clan's disciples to feel their hair stand on end. Gui Che, Phantom Tiger King, Little Falcon, and the others were already dumbfounded. That little girl's strength was practically advancing by leaps and bounds. She was becoming more and more tyrannical. Suppress! Jialo Juekong shouted. He had already used his full strength. Golden light blazed, powerful and domineering. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Little Xingxing was not afraid. Golden flames surged, burning everything. She was also not afraid of the attack power. Her attacks were accompanied by an all-pervasive soul attack, causing Jialo Juekong to be greatly affected. Whoosh! Jialo Juekong's huge body became more and more dignified. He swooped down, his golden wings sweeping, erupting with a golden tide. Amidst the boundless golden light, a terrifying and domineering pressure descended, suppressing little Xingxing. Chi La! Jialo Juekong's wings were like golden lightning, sweeping towards little Xingxing at the same time. Roar! Little Xingxing's eyes flashed with a hint of a sneer. She raised her head and let out a heaven-shaking dragon roar. Suddenly, ink-black talisman runes burst out from her body, and a tortoise shell-like armor covered the surface of her body. Whoosh! On the ink-black tortoise shell behind little Xingxing, talisman runes swept through the sky densely. That was the black tortoise divine shell that her father had left for her, a defensive treasure. As little Xingxing's cultivation level increased, the defensive power she activated became more terrifying. Rumble, little Xingxing used the black tortoise divine shell to block Jialo Juekong's attack. The black tortoise divine shell was indestructible, blocking the golden light outside. It stirred up a golden tide that was like raging waves crashing against the shore. The surrounding heaven and earth trembled as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. At the same time, little Xingxing's huge body stood upright, and an extremely dense pressure spread out. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to tremble at this moment. At this moment, the demonic third eye on little Xingxing's forehead suddenly opened. A blinding beam of light that made one's soul tremble shot into the sky, spreading out in all directions like a curtain of light. Accompanied by a soul might that blotted out the sky, it suddenly spread across the horizon. Roar, 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 dragon roars rang out one after another. Several azure dragon phantoms were faintly discernible from little Xingxing's third eye, descending with a strange soul might. This is a beast soul attack. How can it be so powerful? At this moment, the fifth elder, Jialo Yuan-tu, exclaimed from the elders' seats. That dragon's roar was simply too eerie. It was likely that not many below the beast domain realm could withstand it. The dragon roar resounded in all directions. The blood of the golden-winged great peng, Little Falcon, Little Ing-yang, Gui Che, and the others in the square boiled as their beast souls throbbed. Under little Xingxing's attack, Jialo Juekong was also directly affected. His terrifying golden vortex-like eyes turned sluggish. Bang! The huge tail swept out, followed by a lingering golden flame. In an instant, it swept fiercely onto Jialo Juekong's huge body. Pfft! There was no turning back. Jialo Juekong's panicked beast soul was affected. His eyes hadn't even recovered from the shock. As little Xingxing's huge tail swept down, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His huge body was directly knocked back and fell to the ground. Little Xingxing's huge tail attack wasn't just unstoppable. More importantly, the golden flames could incinerate everything. That blazing golden flame was wreaking havoc in Jialo Juekong's body, as if it wanted to incinerate his internal organs. However, Jialo Juekong was still Jialo Juekong. The golden-winged Great Peng, a peak existence among the younger generation of the sovereign beast race, also recovered from the shock in an instant. Whoosh! Jialo Juekong's huge body didn't land on the ground. He flapped his wings and soared into the air, golden light bursting out. Peng descends to the 9 heavens. Jialo Juekong roared. His entire body was glowing with golden light as he urged the Peng descends to the 9 heavens. His domineering will descended, shaking the sky like thunder. The domineering and terrifying aura overflowed. Jialo Juekong urged his sovereign beast energy, flapping his wings and sweeping across the sky. He was the sole ruler, suppressing Little Xingxing. Little Xingxing raised his eyes and his huge body soared into the sky. A dazzling ink-black rune radiance spread out from the black tortoise divine shell on his back. An illusory beast figure suddenly roared like a dragon's roar as it soared into the sky. Chapter 1333. Roar. The illusory beast was black and dazzling. It was thousands of feet large and covered in scales. The tortoise and snake intertwined, as if it was alive. It brought with it a huge pressure, and its aura was like that of a supreme being. However, the black tortoise's huge pressure caused the space to distort. Spatial ripples spread out in all directions, causing the space to tremble. It blocked Jialo Juekong's Peng descends to the 9 heavens. This kind of pressure is not below that of my great golden-winged rock clan. The great golden-winged rock clan experts around the square were stunned. At this moment, the little girl's technique was also not weaker than the great golden-winged rock clan's supreme beast, Peng descends to the 9 heavens. Jialo Changtian's eyes looked at the sky, and a strange light surged out. Multiple types of powerful auras gathered on her body at the same time. She is even more terrifying than the dragons. What is her background? Jialo Changtian murmured, his heart filled with doubt. At this moment, the great golden-winged rock clan elders in the elders' seats were filled with doubt and shock. They were even more shocked than Jialo Changtian. On the battle cloud, Jialo Jueyu's eyes surged with golden light as he watched the battle between Little Star and Jialo Juekong. Rumble. The powerful beasts clashed, and the runes in the sky shone brightly. The sky rumbled endlessly, and energy soared to the sky. The black runes and the golden runes were in a stalemate. It was like the sun and the night were burning. Under the overwhelming pressure, the divine power was unparalleled, surging violently. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the great golden-winged rock clan members revealed smiles amidst their shock. The black tortoise that Little Star had summoned was already dissipating. Although the golden runes on Jialo Juekong's body were also dimming, it still suppressed Little Star. It looked like Little Star was about to lose. Not good, the Purple Dragon Emperor is about to lose. If he is at the same cultivation level as Jialo Juekong, he will definitely not lose. The Divine Ape King's expression was serious. Just a little bit, the difference in cultivation level is too great. Du Xiaofu's brows were also slightly furrowed at this moment. He could feel that Little Star was no longer able to continue. It wasn't because the power of the black tortoise phantom that Little Xingxing used was inferior to the rock descending to the 9 heavens of the golden-winged great rock race. Instead, in terms of cultivation level, Little Star was a peak origin beast venerable, while Jialo Juekong was a late-stage nirvana beast venerable. At the supremacy level, the difference between a peak primordial origin beast venerable and a late-stage nirvana beast venerable didn't seem too great. However, the difference between the two levels was like the difference between heaven and earth. They were two completely different concepts. In addition, the golden-winged great rocks were the sovereign beasts of this world. As an outstanding pure-blooded descendant of the golden-winged Great Peng race like Jialo Juekong, he was a terrifying existence that could surpass levels to contend against and even kill opponents. If it was an ordinary late-stage Nirvana beast venerable, it would have been defeated by Little Star. Therefore, Du Xiaofu knew in his heart that it was not that Little Star was not abnormal enough. Instead, Jialo Juekong was also an abnormal and terrifying existence. He was definitely not ordinary. Little Star was already terrifying enough. Pfff, Little Xingxing spat out a mouthful of blood. The black tortoise's image that he had activated was also destroyed in his mouth. His massive body was violently knocked back. "You've lost," Jialo Juekong said. His aura was weak. He had finally won after using his full strength. However, there was no excitement or happiness in Jialo Juekong's heart at this moment. His opponent was a primordial origin beast venerable, and he was almost helpless against him. If they were at the same cultivation level, he would have been defeated long ago. What was there to be happy about? Little Star's massive body soared into the sky. He looked at Jialo Juekong's body, and a sinister smile suddenly appeared on his face. The corners of his mouth rose as he said, "Who says I've lost? The outcome hasn't been decided yet." Boom! As Little Star's voice fell, the surrounding space suddenly trembled strangely. Suddenly, waves of energy descended from the surroundings. Waves of energy began to gather strangely, emitting vigorous fluctuations that caused spatial cracks to ripple in the surrounding space. In the end, it gathered around Little Star. At this moment, all the gazes in the square below all changed in surprise. At this moment, the vigorous energy that had gathered in the sky endlessly surged into Little Star's body, causing Little Star's weak aura to rise. Some of the dragon scales that were riddled with scars began to recover. A primordial origin beast venerable is all-encompassing and all-encompassing. Primordial origin beast venerable is the truth, the Tao, the great Tao of heaven and earth. At this moment, Little Star's mouth seemed to be muttering something. Starlight wrapped around him, golden flames, purple flames enveloped his body, and a peculiar black and white chi intertwined and circulated. It was very strange, alternating between positive and negative directions. The mysterious black and white chi were like lightning and stars. They seemed to be glowing and flickering like fire. Vaguely, it caused the sky to appear as though it was filled with stars. It was a majestic sight. That little girl is breaking through to the Nirvana realm. Some elders in the elders' seats couldn't help but exclaim. They had seen through the clues. At this moment, Jialo Juekong's massive body was staring at Little Star. His expression also changed. Jialo Juekong had broken through that level, so he naturally knew what the former was doing. But at this moment, Jialo Juekong did not make a move. As a pure-blooded descendant of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, he knew that if he made a move now, he would be able to gain a great advantage. But Jialo Juekong disdained to make a move. The blood of the golden-winged Great Peng clan in his body did not allow him to do anything that would humiliate the golden-winged Great Peng clan. In just a short period of time, Little Star's aura rapidly reached the peak. "Break!" Little Star shouted loudly. On the demonic third eye between his brows, a trace of golden flames jumped, emitting a dazzling light. Ayo! The third eye appeared at the same time, and a dragon roar rang out. The sound turned into sound waves that spread out, immediately causing the golden-winged Great Peng clan experts in the square below to feel a huge pressure. The beast souls in their minds trembled, and the blood in their bodies was about to freeze. Rumble! On Little Star's massive body, the strange energy in the surroundings gathered, creating a huge spatial ripple that was like a wave rolling over and over. From Little Star's massive body, an aura broke through the bottleneck and soared into the sky. In that instant, the black tortoise divine shell on Little Star's back and the starlight on the surface of his body, as well as purple flames and other lights gathered. With a heart-palpitating aura, it whistled through the air, bringing with it a terrifying pressure. Rumble. Under the shocked and stunned gazes of the surroundings, the sky suddenly trembled at the same time. The entire space suddenly darkened, and thick dark clouds suddenly surged over. Wild winds blew, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Surges of vigorous energy of the world finally surged into Little Star's third eye between his brows. At the same time, the aura on Little Star's body rose to a new level. Rings of extremely special light flickered above his head, like divine flames. Nirvana Divine Flame. Du Xiaofu's eyes widened as he curiously looked at the special light above Little Star's head. That was the Nirvana Divine Flame. Back in the 7-star hall, Du Xiaofu had seen 3 rings of divine flames flickering above 5th Uncle Ji Mo's head before he broke through. Nirvana Divine Flame. That girl has just become a Nirvana Beast Sovereign, but she already has the Nirvana Divine Flame. Unbelievable. At the head of the square, many elders in the elders' seats exclaimed at the same time. Only those who were about to break through to the domain realm would have the Nirvana Divine Flame above their heads. But at this moment, that girl's body actually produced the Nirvana Divine Flame just after she broke through. It was too unbelievable. Breaking through to the Nirvana Beast Sovereign, the Purple Dragon Emperor is breaking through to the Nirvana realm. The Purple Dragon Emperor is so powerful. The Divine Ape King, Fire Dragon King, Silver Blood Leopard King, and the others were extremely excited. The Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, and the others were also very excited at this moment. It didn't take long for the energy of heaven and earth that had gathered in the sky to dissipate. But at this moment, the huge strange dragon that was hovering in mid-air was overflowing with flowing light. The strange dragon's body seemed to have grown a little bigger, and the supreme aura that emanated from its body was many times stronger than before. How can her aura be so strong when she just broke through to the Nirvana Beast Sovereign? At this moment, the aura on Little Star's body made all the elders in the golden-winged Great Rock Elders' seats tremble. After stepping into the Nirvana realm, the Nirvana Divine Flame above Little Star's head gradually dissipated. He looked at Jialo Ju Kong's huge body and said, "Compared to those shameless mixed-blood dragons, you are much better. You actually didn't take the opportunity to attack me. The golden-winged Great Rock clan disdains such shamelessness." Jialo Ju Kong shouted. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Golden light erupted as he swooped down like lightning towards Little Star. He said, "Let me see how strong you have become after breaking through to the Nirvana Beast Sovereign level." Little Star didn't say anything. He looked at Jialo Ju Kong swooping down with a smile. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Light erupted as golden and purple starlight wrapped around him. Like a thunderbolt, he collided with Jialo Ju Kong's huge body. The two huge bodies collided with a loud bang. All kinds of dazzling light erupted and drowned the sky. A thunderous explosion resounded through the clouds. Boom! A huge tail wrapped in golden flames stretched out from the void. Clouds of flames rose as it pressed down heavily. The pressure was like the end of the world. Screech, the screech of the golden-winged great rock resounded in the chaotic space. The dazzling light made it difficult for people to look at it. Everything happened very quickly. When everything dissipated, everyone in the sky could see clearly that Little Star's body was hovering high up in the sky. At this moment, the feathers on Jialo Ju Kong's back were shattered. Blood was dripping from his mouth. Faint golden blood continuously poured into the air. His powerful body had suffered heavy injuries. Chapter 1334. Of the two golden-winged great rocks fighting in the air, one of them had already been defeated. The remaining golden-winged great Peng, who was at the level of a primordial beast venerable, had retracted his true form and transformed into his human form. He was riddled with wounds and his aura was weak. He did not dare to attack in front of Jialo Jueyu and automatically retreated, placing himself below Jialo Juekong. Looking at the scene in the sky, everyone was dumbfounded. The surrounding sky suddenly began to fall silent. Huff, after a while, the sound of people sucking in cold air and swallowing their saliva could be heard. Jialo Juekong's defeat had shocked everyone. The golden-winged great rock was the supreme beast of the beast race. Even the dragons and phoenixes were not taken seriously by the golden-winged great rock clan. They always felt that the golden-winged great rock clan was above the dragons and phoenixes. However, at this moment, they could only watch as the little girl, a dragon in her true form, defeated Jialo Juekong, one of the best in the younger generation of the golden-winged great rock clan, with the talent and strength of a nirvana beast venerable. At this moment, all the disciples of the golden-winged great rock clan had mixed feelings. They were shocked and in disbelief. That little girl, where did she come from? In the elders' seats, a few elders could not help but stand up. Their eyes were trembling and filled with golden light. Behind Jialo Changtian, the leader of the golden-winged great rock clan, Jialo Kailing's beautiful eyes looked at the sky. Jialo Kailing knew that little Xingxing was very strong, and his true form's aura was also that of a supreme being. However, she definitely did not expect little Xingxing to be able to defeat Jialo Juekong. Purple Dragon Emperor is mighty. The Divine Ape King, Fire Dragon King, Silver Blood Leopard King, Little Ying Ying, Spiritual Tiger King, and the others all looked at the sky. Their excitement was no different from defeating Jialo Juekong. I've won. You're no longer my opponent. Little Xingxing's true form hovered in the sky. His supreme being aura surged from the sky as he looked at Jialo Juekong. Puff, blood spurted out of Jialo Juekong's mouth again. His golden eyes stared at the huge dragon with disbelief, unwillingness, and confusion. His expression was very complicated. After a while, Jialo Juekong's huge body shone with golden light and turned into human form. His leisurely temperament had an additional trace of wretchedness and misery. His unordinary temperament was also shrouded in a dispirited aura. With traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, Jialo Juekong looked at Little Star and said, "That's right, I lost. No matter what, I cannot do anything to you. You're already very strong. If I hadn't just broken through, I wouldn't have been able to defeat you. If you had attacked me while I was breaking through, I would have been in a lot of trouble. I'm afraid that I would have been greatly affected." Little Xingxing also withdrew his true form. His tender voice and childish face made him look harmless, completely different from the terrifying existence from before. At this moment, Little Xingxing still had a smile on his face, as if he was praising Jialo Juekong for not sneak attacking him just now. This little girl is really infuriating. However, Little Xingxing's words made the disciples of the golden-winged Great Peng clan gloomy. How was this praising? It was clearly a blow to Jialo Juekong. Even if Jialo Juekong won today, there would be nothing to be happy about. Firstly, the little girl was clearly not very old. Secondly, even if the little girl had broken through to the level of Nirvana Beast Venerable, she had only just broken through. Jialo Juekong, as a late Nirvana Beast Venerable and in his true form as a golden-winged Great Peng, defeating the little girl was definitely not something to be proud of. That was because the little girl's strength had already shocked everyone present. At this moment, the little girl's words were clearly referring to her. Even if Jialo Juekong had wanted to sneak attack her while she was breaking through, it would only bring her some trouble and would not cause much of an impact. This was the most infuriating thing. However, at this moment, the disciples of the golden-winged Great Peng clan did not know that Little Xingxing's praises were absolutely sincere. Compared to dragons, Little Xingxing truly felt that the golden-winged Great Peng clan was much stronger than those mixed-blood dragons. Even if she had destroyed the golden-winged Great Peng clan's medicinal fields and stolen many of their heavenly treasures and eaten them like candy, the golden-winged Great Peng clan had only sent their younger generation to capture her. Those beast domain experts all maintained their status and did not do anything to her. If it had been those mixed-blood dragons, Little Xingxing felt that those mixed-blood dragons would definitely have chased after her together. Hearing little Xingxing's words, Jialo Juekong looked at little Xingxing. His pale, blood-stained face twitched a couple of times and he decided not to reply. Afterwards, he looked at Jialo Jueyu on the battle cloud and said, "You have to pay attention to this little girl. Her defense is too strong and her soul will be affected if she attacks. Go down and treat your injuries. You didn't lose disgracefully. This little girl's bloodline is extraordinary. She even has the aura of our golden-winged Great Ping clan's bloodline." Jialo Jueyu nodded at Jialo Juekong and stepped onto the golden battle cloud. His robes fluttered slightly in the wind. He was still as beautiful as ever. The shock in his eyes was restrained and he looked calm. Jialo Juekong did not say anything else. He descended from the sky. Although he had been defeated, his bearing was still the same. He would not allow anyone to look down on him. Nirvana Sovereign, at this moment, Du Xiaofu looked at little Xingxing in the sky. However, he was not thinking about how strong little Xingxing was. Du Xiaofu already knew about little Xingxing's transformation. He was not willing to think too much about it, in case he was looking for trouble. But now, he could only watch as little Xingxing broke through to become a Nirvana Sovereign. Moreover, as his father, he was still a Origin Sovereign. Furthermore, he had only reached this level after undergoing all sorts of tempering recently. However, little Xingxing had broken through just like that when facing a Nirvana Sovereign. At this moment, no one would understand Du Xiaofu's complicated feelings. "Little bastard, you should save some face for your father," Du Xiaofu grumbled. However, he was still happy to see little Xingxing break through to become a Nirvana Sovereign. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu felt a faint helplessness in his heart that concealed his happiness. "It's your turn." In the sky, little Xingxing looked at Jialo Jueyu. Although he felt that the golden-winged great rocks were much stronger than the mixed-blood dragons, little Xingxing had always been dissatisfied because his godfather had been at a disadvantage against the golden-winged great rocks. Now, there was only one left. Little Xingxing naturally did not intend to let him go. Defeating all the younger generation of the golden-winged great rocks could be considered a lesson for the golden-winged great rocks. Is this little girl taking the initiative to attack Jialo Jueyu? The second commander should be able to defeat that little girl, right? When little Xingxing fixed his eyes on Jialo Jueyu, the descendants of the golden-winged great rocks in the plaza also began to speculate. If they had seen the little girl challenge Jialo Jueyu to a battle at the beginning, all the descendants of the golden-winged great rocks would probably have laughed their heads off in disdain. But now, no one would be disdainful. Jialo Jueyu's defeat had already proven everything. Some people even began to worry whether the second commander, Jialo Jueyu, would be able to withstand the little girl of mysterious origins. Of course, most people, especially the elders of the golden-winged great rocks, still believed in Jialo Jueyu. They also had absolute confidence that Jialo Jueyu would not be defeated. It was impossible for there to be anyone in the younger generation who could defeat Jialo Jueyu. Even in the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan, among the younger generation of cultivators of the same cultivation level, there shouldn't be anyone who could defeat Jialo Jueyu. At most, they would be able to resist him. This was the confidence of the old man from the golden-winged Great Ping Bird clan. As long as Jialo Jueyu obtained the final benefits of the grand competition and took the opportunity to break through to the beast domain realm, then he would be the number one person in the younger generation. "You're young, but your strength has indeed made me look at you in a new light. But even if I win our battle, there won't be any glory," Jialo Jueyu said as he looked at little Xingxing. Faint golden flames flickered in little Xingxing's bewitching eyes. He pursed his lips and said, "What do you mean? Can you make it clearer? I'm still young, so I don't understand the meaning behind your words. You have a defensive treasure on you that can make you invincible. If I want to suppress you, I'm afraid I'll have to pay a heavy price," Jialo Jueyu said as he looked at little Xingxing. At this moment, he did not treat little Xingxing as a little girl, but as a true opponent. He smiled faintly and said, I know you're not ordinary, but even if you've broken through to the Nirvana Beast Sovereign Realm, you won't be able to do anything to me even if you use your full strength. If we fight, it will be a battle of life and death. Otherwise, there won't be a result. This guy's words are reasonable. Hearing Jialo Jueyu's words, Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and narrowed his eyes. He agreed with Jialo Jueyu's words. Now that little Xingxing had broken through to the Nirvana Beast Sovereign Realm, her defensive power was abnormal. She also had the Xuanwu Divine Shell that her father had left for her. As long as she didn't encounter a Beast Domain cultivator, no one below the Beast Domain realm would be able to do anything to her. If it were any other race below the Beast Domain realm, they would only be trampled by little Xingxing. What does the second commander want to do? Do you want to draw? The disciples of the golden-winged great peng bird in the surrounding square were shocked and they heard Jialo Jueyu's high evaluation of little Xingxing. They were also very confused about the meaning behind Jialo Jueyu's words. Could it be that the second commander, who had never been defeated and had always been arrogant, was going to admit defeat in front of that little girl this time? At this moment, many elders were looking at Jialo Jueyu. They also didn't know what Jialo Jueyu wanted to do. Do you want to draw? Little Xingxing raised her eyebrows. Little Xingxing, who had never taken the other beast races seriously, didn't refute Jialo Jueyu's words. She seemed to agree with him in her heart. Chapter 1335. After exchanging blows with Jialo Juekong, little Xingxing knew that the golden-winged Great Rock clan was indeed very strong, and Jialo Juekong was even stronger. Since this is a grand competition, there must be a victor. Otherwise, there will be no such thing as a draw in this world. In the face of life and death, there is no such thing as a draw. There will only be both sides dying. Jialo Juekong smiled slightly. His calm words and the faint smile on his face caused ripples to appear in the eyes of many clan women below. He continued to say to little Xingxing, "Do you think your current strength is stronger, or his strength is stronger?" As his voice fell, Jialo Juekong suddenly turned his gaze. The faint golden light in his eyes rippled as he looked directly at Du Xiaofu, who was at the edge of the square below. Looking into Jialo Juekong's eyes, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly narrowed as he raised his eyebrows. "Palace Master, Jialo Juekong's target is you." The eyes of Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Little Ying Ying, Little Falcon, Violent Bear King and the others immediately trembled. Little Xingxing's eyes turned as he looked at Jialo Juekong in front of him. Then, he looked at his godfather below and said, "Of course my father is stronger than me. That's enough." Jialo Juekong still had a smile in his eyes. He was handsome and charming, and his charm was outstanding. He turned and looked at the elders below. He bowed respectfully, but he was neither servile nor overbearing. He said, "Clan leader, elders and protectors, this grand competition of the clan is a little special, and there have been some accidents. Therefore, I now request that Du Xiaofu replace the little girl in the final competition. I will fight with Du Xiaofu. If I lose, I will give up the first place in this grand competition." So Jialo Juekong wants to fight with Du Xiaofu. There was an uproar in the square. Everyone finally understood that the second commander Jialo Juekong's real target was Du Xiaofu. In the square, all the elders' eyes moved as they looked at Jialo Changtian. As soon as Jialo Jueyu finished speaking, Jialo Kailing's eyes began to change. Her red lips parted slightly as she was about to reprimand him. She knew Jialo Jueyu's intention very well. However, at this moment, Jialo Changtian raised his hand and waved behind him. Jialo Kailing was about to say something, but she didn't say it. "Elders, what do you think?" Jialo Changtian asked the Grand Elder and Second Elder beside him. "Some special things have already appeared in the competition this time around. Thus, in my opinion, we can make some changes. If no one objects, there won't be any problems, the third elder said to clan chief Jialo Changtian. If no one objects, then there should be no problem. Jialo Changtian glanced at Du Xiaofu, who was standing at the edge of the square. Then, he said to Jialo Jueyu, of course, you have to listen to the opinions of the people involved. If everyone agrees, then the clan will accept the result of the competition. Jialo Jueyu quietly floated in the air, looking down at Du Xiaofu. He didn't show any arrogance, but for some reason, he seemed powerful and fierce. He opened his mouth and said, since you are the father of the little girl, I don't think you will object. If you don't dare and are afraid of death, I can let you go. I can even let the little girl win. Absolutely not. The first place can't be given to an outsider. It's too important. Hearing Jialo Jueyu's words, many of the disciples of the golden-winged Great Rock clan became restless. Little Star didn't say anything at this moment. She could see that Jialo Jueyu had his eyes on her godfather. If she stopped him now, it would be equivalent to increasing Jialo Jueyu's prestige. She believed that her godfather could solve everything. Spiritual Tiger King, Little Ing Ing, Violent Bear King, Godly Ape King, and even Zi Xian were looking at him. Du Xiaofu's expression didn't change much. Du Xiaofu lifted his gaze slightly, squinting at Jialo Jueyu in midair. His voice was neither fast nor slow, neither loud nor soft as he said, speak your purpose. Jialo Jueyu had his eyes on him. If it was as simple as asking him to replace Little Star in the battle, Du Xiaofu would never believe it. Jialo Jueyu must have a purpose in his heart. Jialo Jueyu looked at Du Xiaofu. A trace of emotion flashed across his eyes. Then, he said, if I lose, I'll give up the first place. I have nothing to say. If I win, you'll hand over the secret bone in your body and the golden rock wings. This will prove that you don't deserve to have the treasures of my clan. His words were crisp and clear. They echoed in the sky, loud enough for everyone in the square to hear clearly. When those words came out from the sky, the expressions of many people in the area changed. Jialo Kailing's eyes glowed with a golden light. It wasn't difficult for her to know Jialo Jueyu's purpose. Many of the elderly faces in the elders' seating area also intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Du Xiaofu. Is that so? Du Xiaofu murmured. He wasn't surprised by Jialo Jueyu's words. Du Xiaofu, for the sake of the secret bone of my clan and the golden wings of the great rock in your body, I will give you a chance to fight me fair and square. If you are afraid of death and don't dare to fight me, then you don't deserve to have the treasures of my clan. You can choose for yourself. Jialo Jueyu continued, staring at Du Xiaofu. It seems that Du Xiaofu doesn't dare to do it. That human probably knows that he's no match for the second commander. He doesn't dare to go up. The square was in an uproar. Everyone looked at each other, and almost all of them looked at Du Xiaofu. What if I'm not interested? Du Xiaofu sighed softly. He listened to the commotion around him and acted as if he didn't hear it. Du Xiaofu knew very well that even if he defeated Jialo Jueyu today, there would be another Jialo Jueyu. He didn't know when the end would come. Swish swish, numerous gazes landed on Du Xiaofu. Every single one of them had a change of expression. There were even some gazes that revealed looks of disdain. That human really doesn't dare to fight. Defeating the fourth commander is already his limit. He doesn't even dare to fight the second commander. He doesn't even have the courage. He's really a puny human. He's a disgrace to the secret bone of my golden-winged rock clan and the golden rock wings. A human doesn't deserve to have the treasures of my clan. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Du Xiaofu with disdain. Hand over the secret bone. Hand over the golden rock wings. A human doesn't deserve to have the treasures of my clan. Hand it over. Boom, gradually, voices spread around the square. The voices grew louder and louder. In the end, there were hundreds of shouts that resounded through the clouds and shook the sky. The Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Falcon, and the others scanned the surroundings. When they heard the deafening noises, they clicked their tongues in embarrassment and intentionally moved closer to Du Xiaofu. Fantasy Tiger King and the others were worried that the disciples of the Golden-Winged Rock clan would suddenly attack. In the elders' seats, Jialo Changtian and the other elders didn't seem to want to stop the commotion. Instead, they looked at Du Xiaofu. These bastards! Little Star clenched his fists in the sky and glared at the crowd. Phew, Du Xiaofu took a light breath. He seemed to have turned a deaf ear to the deafening shouts around him as his gaze remained fixed on Jialo Jueyu. Jialo Kailing's gaze fluctuated more and more intensely as she looked at Jialo Jueyu, who was in the sky. She knew that this fellow was determined to make a move today. With such momentum and the fact that he chose to make a move today, it was most likely because he had misgivings about his grandmother. However, if it was during the grand competition, her grandmother wouldn't be able to pursue the matter. Moreover, the great elder, second elder, and even her father were present. Today is the day of the grand competition. How can you be so noisy? Shut up. Jialo Kailing's tall and slender figure leaped out. Her charming face was slightly gloomy, and her clear voice caused people's hearts to tremble. She shouted loudly, and her voice was like a thunderclap that instantly reverberated in the sky, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. The clamor in the surroundings gradually subsided under Jialo Kailing's suppression. Their faces were pale, and they no longer dared to make a sound. They were really afraid of the great commander's temper. Even some of the protectors had to retreat a little. However, when the commotion gradually calmed down, a faint voice came from afar. It wasn't loud, but it clearly appeared in the sky above the square. Is the Golden-Winged Rock clan really getting worse and worse? They actually have to challenge a human in the grand competition that is held once every 300 years. I don't know if it's sad or lamentable. The voice wasn't loud and the speed of the voice wasn't fast. Everyone looked at the voice when they heard it. Everyone's gazes landed on the front of the square, where the crowd was densely packed. At this moment, a figure was slowly appearing on an ancient bluestone path. The figure walked very slowly, but strangely, he appeared in front of everyone's eyes very quickly. It was a black-haired man. His head was slightly lowered, so his appearance couldn't be seen. However, from afar, one could see that he was like a jade tree. The black-haired man was also wearing a black shirt. His long black hair was draped behind his neck. At a glance, one could feel that he was an extraordinary young man. Soon, the young man appeared outside the crowd in the square. The black-clothed, black-haired young man did not even raise his head. He just walked leisurely and contentedly. He naturally possessed a great aura that caused the surrounding crowd of golden-winged rocks to automatically open up a path for him. When the black-haired young man appeared, many of the golden-winged rock clan members' expressions changed. For no reason, the surrounding space began to faintly distort. Du Xiaofu's sharp primordial spirit sensed that the surroundings of the square had become strange as the black-haired young man walked over. The black-haired young man walked directly to the square. Under the gaze of everyone present, he slowly but firmly raised his head. His face had long eyebrows that were like willows. His eyebrows were distinct and his eyeballs were like black agates. His eyeballs were pure black. They were so black that they were like an endless abyss at the end of the universe. If one looked at them for a while longer, they would have the illusion that they would be sucked in. Chapter 1336. Boom. The moment the young man's face appeared, many auras surged. Many of the elders were dumbfounded. On the golden battle cloud in the sky, next to the elders' seats in the square, Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Kailing, Jialo Juekong, and all the other outstanding figures of the younger generation of the golden-winged great rocks were shocked at this moment. It's him. Numerous stunned and shocked gazes stared intently at the black-haired black-robed young man as though they had been electrocuted. Standing in the square, the black-haired young man had a handsome appearance. His temperament was soft and elegant. His black hair had a silky luster, giving people the impression of a prince. "Father, it's been 93 years. I'm back." The black-haired young man in a black robe stood on the square and looked at Jia Lu Changtian, who was sitting at the head of the elders' seats. He bowed and greeted the elders with a smile. "Elders, long time no see." "Father, he is." Du Xiaofu's gaze trembled as he looked at the black-robed young man. Since he called Jialo Changtian father, wasn't he the son of the golden-winged Great Rock clan's patriarch, Jialo Changtian? He wondered if he was Jialo Kailing's elder brother or younger brother. While sizing him up, Du Xiaofu suddenly raised his eyebrows slightly. He could feel the aura of the black-robed, black-haired young man. There seemed to be something faintly there. There was a familiar yet strange feeling in his heart. However, that feeling quickly disappeared in Du Xiaofu's heart. It was very strange. "Ju Jialo, you're back." While Du Xiaofu was pondering, golden light surged in Jialo Kailing's eyes. Her tall and delicate body trembled. She moved gracefully and rushed to the black-robed, black-haired young man in disbelief. At the same time, she said happily, "Father, Ju Jialo is back. Ju Jialo is back." Looking at Jialo Kailing, the black-robed, black-haired young man smiled slightly. His nose was straight and his skin was like jade. He said softly, "Elder sister, I'm back. It's good that you're back. Don't leave anymore. Stay in the clan." Jialo Kailing caressed the black-robed, black-haired youth's face happily. "Ju Qi is back. Jialo Juexiao is back. Devil Bone Warrior Jialo Jueqi has returned to his clan." The quiet surroundings finally began to stir again. Numerous gazes landed on the black-robed, black-haired youth in astonishment. In the entire golden-winged Great Rocks, there were probably only a few people who did not recognize the black-haired youth, except for some young birds. Jialo Julike has returned. Is it because of the words from 93 years ago? Suddenly, a middle-aged man in the crowd looked at Jialo Jumi from afar. There was shock and a trace of fear in his eyes. It was even to the extent that many young disciples of the younger generation couldn't help but secretly take a step back when they saw the black-robed and black-haired young man. They seemed to be slightly anxious and fearful. "Why did you come back?" Jialo Changtian, who was sitting in the middle, opened his mouth and looked at Jialo Jumi. His expression didn't change at all. "I came back to fulfill my promise. Previously, I said that as long as I'm not dead, I will return today." Jialo Jumi looked at his father, Jialo Changtian, with a calm expression, as if he was looking at someone else. At this moment, the smile on his face was also very calm, giving people a feeling of familiarity and strangeness. Hearing Jialo Jumi's words, the eyes of the elders, protectors, and disciples of the golden-winged Great Rocks surged with golden light. Jialo Kailing's eyes trembled and her tall body trembled. A sense of helplessness welled up in her heart. She looked at the black-haired youth in front of her with a sour expression. She had been waiting for him to come back. She had also been looking for him to come back. However, she was also afraid that he would come back. Jialo Kailing was very clear about his temper and character. This was what she was most worried about. However, now, the thing that she was most afraid of had happened. "Your promise. Do you think that you have the strength and qualifications to fulfill it now?" Jialo Changtian stared at Jialo Jumi. He wasn't angry, but he had an imposing manner that was enough to look down on the world. It was enough to make living creatures feel cold. "Strength, you will only know after you try. Qualifications, I am a disciple of the golden-winged Great Rocks clan. No one can change that. Today is the clan competition, and I have the qualifications." However, Jialo Jumi was not afraid. He looked straight at his father and did not hide his voice. Suddenly, his voice became sharper. He said, 93 years ago, I said that as long as I am alive, I will definitely come back. I will defeat everyone with my own strength and take back everything that belongs to me. I will let all of you know that even without you, I am still undefeatable. This time, I will take the benefits myself. Jialo Jumi's voice was not loud, but it was as sharp as a knife. Some of the people who were not powerful enough were shocked and took a step back. Unfilial son. Jialo Changtian slammed the chair beside him. On the simple chair, there was a dragon wind. His voice was trembling, and his eyes were sharp. Golden light surged, frightening people's souls. At this moment, the golden-winged great rocks that were resting on the towering trees around the square looked at the black-haired Jialo Jumi in the square. They were shocked. Who is he? Is he the son of the patriarch? Why haven't I heard of him? A golden-winged great rocks asked the golden-winged great rocks beside him in a low voice. He felt the atmosphere of the clan at this moment and was very puzzled. Lower your voice. He is the son of the patriarch, Jialo Jumi. He has the demon bone. Back then, he was the only one in our clan who could fight evenly with the second commander. A golden-winged great rocks replied. He was a little older. Although he had not seen the battle back then, he had heard the clan members secretly mention it again. What? He could fight evenly with the second commander. Many golden-winged great rocks around heard this and felt that it was unbelievable. What is the demon bone? What happened back then? Why is he not in the clan? A golden-winged great rocks asked curiously. Don't ask. Be careful not to provoke punishment. A slightly older golden-winged great pink chick scolded the younger ones. It didn't know much, but it knew that these things were taboo in the clan. They had even sealed off the news to prevent it from spreading outside. Even now, the people in the clan did not want to talk about this, so it was better not to ask too much. Anyway, in your heart, I am an unfilial son. 93 years ago, you have already made your decision. I call you father because you are my father. If I had a choice, I would not choose you. Jialo Jumi looked at Jialo Changtian and his expression changed. Then, he calmed down and looked at Jialo Changtian indifferently. There seems to be a story in the golden-winged great rocks clan. Looking at what was in front of him, Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly. He did not say anything and quietly watched. Good, good, good. Jialo Changtian shouted 3 times in a row. He looked at Jialo Jumi, his eyes were like golden lightning. His expression was dignified and his voice shook the sky. It was like 3 thunderous roars that made people's hearts tremble. Jumi, go all out, don't show mercy. When the last word was said, Jialo Changtian looked at Jialo Jumi who was on the golden battle cloud in the sky and said. I am afraid that the person you are counting on is not reliable. Jialo Jumi said indifferently, as if he was talking to his father, Jialo Changtian. There was a little arrogance and conceit in his voice. Then, he slightly stomped his foot on the ground and his figure rose from the ground. He was floating in the air and looking at Jialo Jumi. Why bother? If you blame me, I can give you the item now. You just need to come back. Looking at Jialo Jumi's expression was solemn and he sighed. He had been wondering whether the black-robed young man in front of him would come back today. Give it to me. Jialo Jumi smiled faintly and said, do you think that you are superior now? Or is this a gift to me? I did not blame you in the past and it is the same now. For me, the item is not important anymore. What I want now is to let you know that after all these years, even if you obtain that item, you are no match for me now. When the time comes, I am afraid it will be a kind of mockery. Jumi, in the end, we are of the same clan. Why bother? If you want first place, I can give it to you, as long as you are willing to come back, said Jialo Jumi calmly. What a joke. Whether I come back or not has nothing to do with you. Jialo Jumi looked at Jialo Jumi and said, if you want to admit defeat, I will gladly accept. Unfortunately, the originally majestic golden-winged Great Pen clan, the supreme beasts of the world, is now cowering. You are no longer the same as before. When they heard Jialo Jumi's words, many of the elders frowned. Ah, since that is the case, let's do it. For 93 years, I have been waiting for this day, said Jialo Jumi. He had been unwilling to break through to the beast region for the sake of the final benefits of the world competition, but it was also because of the black-haired young man in front of him. At this moment, Jialo Jumi knew that both sides had been preparing for this battle for 93 years. It was unavoidable. They had to fight. Is that so? After 93 years, today, I will prove to you just how laughable they were back then. Jialo Jumi's voice was very loud, shaking the sky. His heart seemed to be filled with resentment. You have resentment, but the clan has its own considerations. If you want to prove that you are right, then let's do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Jialo Jumi waved his sleeve. A majestic aura swept out like an erupting volcano. In an instant, a surging golden light shot into the sky, accompanied by wind and thunder. Rumbling sounds filled the sky. Boom! All of a sudden, a powerful aura descended, causing even the heavens and earth to tremble. Chapter 1337. Jialo Jumi's black eyes looked at Jialo Jueyu. A moment later, a faint smile appeared on his face. Looking at Jialo Jueyu, his voice was sharp and indifferent. Jialo Jumi said, I will prove it, because I am right. Although his words were formless, he did not back down in the slightest. As his words fell, Jialo Jumi closed his eyes and floated in the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to suddenly become tense. But at this moment, everyone could feel a terrifying and sharp aura suddenly sweeping across the entire place. Chi La. In just a short moment, Jialo Jumi's eyes, which had been closed, suddenly opened. The depths of his eyes were as black as ink, strange and faint. But at this moment, a domineering and sharp aura that perfectly merged from Jialo Jumi's body poured out without reservation into the sky. It instantly reached its peak and whistled through the 9 heavens. Boom! At this moment, the sky trembled violently. Strange dark clouds began to gather from the distant sky. The surrounding space trembled as 2 terrifying auras surged in the sky. It seems like there's nothing for me to do. Little Xingxing raised his eyebrows and looked at Jialo Jueyu and Jialo Jumi, who were fighting from afar. His bewitching eyes blinked a few times on his chubby face, and he simply retreated to the side. Everyone's gazes, including Zi Xian, Du Xiaofu, Gue Che, Guqin Demon, and the others, all landed in the sky. The 2 extraordinary youths were fighting at this moment. Once they started fighting, the sky would probably collapse and the earth would crack. Jialo Kaling looked at the 2 figures in the air, golden light flickering in her beautiful eyes. What a powerful aura! What a dangerous guy! Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and looked at Jialo Jumi in the air. The aura on his body was not inferior to Jialo Jueyu's. In particular, the domineering and sharp aura gave people an unfathomable feeling of danger, as if it came from the underworld. Jialo Jueyu looked at Jialo Jumi. He was calm and composed. It was as if his every movement was in harmony with heaven and earth. There was a kind of way about him. Above his head, the light of 3 divine fires flickered. It was very magical, like a miracle. Peak Nirvana Beast Sovereign. That Jialo Jueyu's attainments in Nirvana have already reached the pinnacle. What he has comprehended is not ordinary. It is extraordinary and refined. The divine ape king looked at the miraculous Jialo Jueyu and couldn't help but exclaim. Very different. Du Xiaofu could also sense Jialo Jueyu's aura. His every movement seemed to be one with the heavens and earth, and contained the Tao. It was different from ordinary people. 93 years, all for this battle. Let's begin. Jialo Jumi spoke. His figure was like a black rainbow as he rushed out, fast as lightning, incomparably strange, directly towards Jialo Jueyu. I've also waited for 93 years. Jialo Jueyu acted almost at the same time. He didn't retreat. He waved his long sleeves, and golden light surged. It was as if the sun had risen from the east, and golden talisman engravings were everywhere. In an instant, the aura of the golden-winged great rock filled the sky. The aura descended, causing the spiritual fantasy Tiger King, Littling Ying, Guqin Demon, and those of the golden-winged great rock clan who were not strong enough to breathe rapidly. They were greatly affected. The battle was about to begin. In the elders' seats, all the elders looked serious and solemn. High up in the sky, golden light and black light surged. Amidst the brilliance, it also made heaven and earth dim. Those who weren't strong enough couldn't see the battle clearly. However, the rumbling energy and thunderous sonic booms made everyone's hearts tremble. Sky-shaking wings. Jialo Jueyu's way was filled. He waved his sleeves and activated the sky-shaking wings. A different kind of terrifying power was released, as if it was going to destroy heaven and earth. Jialo Jueyu's black sleeves also swept out. The golden light carried a strange black talisman engravings, turning into a black gold color. He also used the sky-shaking wings to meet the attack. The two collided, overturning heaven and earth. A spatial vortex appeared high up in the sky. In this kind of collision, the two were evenly matched. No one could make the other back down. Rock Chaos Shattering Claw. Jialo Jueyu began to attack again. His claws were like 5 golden lightning bolts that tore through the sky. They could destroy everything, including all life. Chi La, Jialo Jueyu blocked with his claws. The claws were like 5 pitch-black abysses in the sky, blocking the golden claws. The two exchanged dozens of blows in an instant. They both used the supreme beast energy of the golden-winged great rock clan. They didn't hold back at all, and the void almost collapsed. No matter what Jialo Jueyu attacked, Jialo Jueyu countered with the same magical power. He didn't fall behind. It was as if he was forcibly resisting. So strong, so terrifying. Illusion Tiger King, Violent Bear King, and the others were shocked. Their beast souls trembled in fear. The battle of the golden-winged great rock clan's younger generation. As expected of the supreme beast race. Ghost Chariot, who rarely spoke, also spoke. The bloody aura on his body was shocking. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything. He kept his eyes fixed on the sky. Watching the battle between Jialo Jueyu and Jialo Jueyu, Du Xiaofu's shock was no less than Illusion Tiger King and Ghost Chariots. Du Xiaofu had also comprehended the beast energy used by Jialo Jueyu and Jialo Jueyu. However, he believed that if he were to fight them at the same level, at least in terms of magical power, he wouldn't be able to match them. Jialo Jueyu and Jialo Jueyu were definitely much stronger in terms of the golden-winged great rock clan's magical power. Not enough, I'm still not enough. Du Xiaofu was shocked. He wasn't enough. Jialo Jueyu and Jialo Jueyu had comprehended the same magical power. Although they came from the same source, they were clearly of different styles. However, they were equally matched. But compared to them, Du Xiaofu felt that both Jialo Jueyu and Jialo Jueyu had greater comprehension and control of the golden-winged great rock clan's magical power than he did. The golden-winged great rock clan didn't have Jialo Kaling, who had already broken through to the beast region realm. Apart from Jialo Jueyu and Jialo Juekong, there were also existences like Jialo Jueyu and Jialo Jueyu among the younger generation. Du Xiaofu was deeply shocked. How terrifying was a supreme beast race. Just by looking at the younger generation, one could tell how strong a race's foundation was. If the Du family becomes like this one day, who would dare to bully us? Du Xiaofu's thoughts churned, and the blood in his body boiled. If the Du family could produce so many top experts in the younger generation, who would dare to bully them in this world? Rumble, as Du Xiaofu was thinking, the sky churned, and golden light and black fog rolled. A deafening collision resounded through the clouds, and then they separated. High up in the sky, Jialo Jueyu stood in the air and looked at Jialo Jueyu with a faint smile. I know what you know, but you might not know what I know. Use your full strength. Otherwise, we won't be able to determine the victor. Whether you believe it or not, I'm happy that you made me use my full strength, Jialo Jueyu said. Said Jialo Jueyu. As he spoke, the golden light on his body dissipated, and his body expanded. Screech, immediately, a huge golden-winged rock appeared in the sky. It was thousands of feet large and soared in the sky, covering the sun. Its entire body was golden and dazzling, like a beast god. Its aura was terrifying, and it looked disdainfully in all directions. Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Yin Yang, Gue Che, Guqin Demon, and the others were stunned. That terrifying aura was too strong, much stronger than Jialo Juekong and the others. Screech. In the next moment, a golden light rushed into the sky, covering the sky. A black and golden light soared, and an overwhelming pressure descended, causing the world to tremble. A dark golden rock appeared. It was Jialo Jueyu's true body, and its size was no less than Jialo Jueyu's. Its pair of pitch-black eyes looked down, causing people to tremble in fear. Those pitch-black eyes were like black holes that could devour people's souls. Boom, two huge golden-winged rocks appeared, and they directly flapped their wings and collided with each other. Like beast gods, they spread their wings and soared into the clouds, causing the space to ripple and churn. The two huge golden-winged rocks collided with each other. Their wings swept everything, and their sharp claws destroyed the void. As they collided, the sound of wind and thunder resounded in the sky. Runes shone brightly, and the impact of energy swept up a frenzy. At this moment, the two golden-winged rocks collided with each other. All kinds of beasts made Du Xiaofu unable to take his eyes off them, most of which he had never seen before. Screech. The dark golden rock roared, and a dark golden light shot out from its mouth like a bolt of lightning. It was fierce and overbearing, and wherever it passed, the space exploded. The golden rock stretched out its wings, and the golden light exploded, destroying the void. The two fought until the sky darkened, and the earth cracked. It was as if doomsday had arrived. If there were no seals around the square at this moment, and no powerful talisman erased to solidify it, it would have been completely destroyed. The battle between the two huge creatures was fierce and overbearing, and it was incomparably fierce. It shocked all the golden-winged rocks, elders, and protectors. The Fantasy Tiger King, Wild Bear King, Little Yin Yang, and the others were awestruck. Suppress. The resplendent golden-winged Great Ping roared, erupting with endless golden runes that engulfed the dark golden-winged Great Ping. A terrifying pressure made the blood of the golden-winged Great Ping disciples boil. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes. At this moment, Jialo Jueyu was like a rock descending to the 9 heavens, but the pressure seemed to be even stronger. Are you trying your best? But it doesn't seem to be enough. Jialo Jueyu roared, and dark golden runes burst out from his wings. Blazing like thunder and lightning, they swept out in all directions. It didn't take long for him to break through Jialo Jueyu's suppression. He actually blocked Jialo Jueyu. At this moment, in the elders' seats below, the first elder, second elder, and the others' eyes began to fluctuate violently. Jialo Changtian looked at the sky, and his expression didn't change much. Jialo Jueyu, where is your true bone? Use your true bone. Chapter 1338. Jialo Jueme's pitch-black eyes were ice-cold, his voice as sharp as a blade. I don't think I need to use my true bones. Jello Jueme opened his mouth and flapped his wings. Golden light overflowed from his enormous body as golden feathers flew out. There were a total of 9 golden feathers, each the size of a palm leaf fan. After they gathered together, the light gradually became more and more dazzling, more and more resplendent. In the end, it was as if the feathers had turned into a dazzling sun. Boom! The gathering of the 9 feathers gave off an incomparably domineering and supreme feeling. A pressure that could make the world tremble instantly enveloped Jello Jueme. Those were only 9 feathers, yet they possessed such supreme might. How shocking was that? Those feathers are extraordinary. Du Xiaofu was shocked. As the feathers appeared, the blood in his body also began to boil. Du Xiaofu guessed that the feathers were definitely of extraordinary origin. They must be closely related to the great golden-winged rock clan. Otherwise, the blood in his body would not have such a huge reaction. Feathers of the true rock, you've finally used them. Jello Jueme's pitch-black eyes rippled as he looked at the feathers that were as resplendent as the sun. However, a trace of coldness and resentment also surged into his eyes. Gee! Jello Jueme screeched, his voice piercing through the clouds and splitting stone. Dark golden light suddenly surged behind his enormous dark golden body. Runes flowed and an aura that reached the heavens erupted. A total of 27 resplendent feathers wrapped in black and gold light appeared. The black and gold feathers were exactly the same as the 9 feathers that Jello Jueme had activated, except that they were wrapped in black and gold light. How is this possible? When the 27 feathers leapt out, the expressions of many elders in the elder seating area below suddenly changed. Even the first elder and second elder's eyes surged with golden light like lightning, their aged faces changing in shock. At this moment, Jello Changtian's undetectable expression also trembled. The 27 feathers wrapped in black and gold light flew out, transforming into 27 battle spears under Jello Jueme's control. Swish swish, the 27 feather spears were as bright as lightning. Each one of them pierced through the air. They were powerful and intimidating, giving people a frightening feeling. Gee, these 27 feather spears seemed to be indestructible. They even carried the illusory image of the great golden-winged rock. You only have 9 true rock feathers, while I have 27. How could you possibly be my match? Break for me! Jello Jueme shouted coldly. His fierce and overbearing aura made people tremble in fear. The 27 battle spears transformed into dazzling spears that pierced through the air directly in front of the 9 feathers. With a vast and overbearing aura, the spears pierced through the light and scattered the 9 feathers in an instant. Withdraw! As the 9 feathers were scattered, Jello Jueme's pitch-black eyes flashed with coldness. He flapped his wings and his 27 battle spears formed into 9 triangular formations. They appeared in 3s and 3s, sealing the space. Dazzling dark golden runes erupted with a vast power. They directly sealed the 9 feathers of Jello Jueme and brought them back to him. Jello Jueme's giant wings flapped, turning into a black and gold vortex that directly swallowed the 9 feathers. Not good, Jueme's true rock feathers have been taken. 27 true rock feathers, Jueme actually has 27. In the elder seating area, some elders exclaimed and trembled. They all knew what the true rock feathers represented. A single true rock feather was already a precious treasure. The golden-winged Great Rock clan had only collected 9 over the countless years. It is said that there was a heaven-reaching ancestor of my clan who wanted to break into the domain realm but failed. Before he died, he used his great strength to refine his body with the help of the heavens and earth. In the end, he refined his body into 72 true rock feathers. Each true rock feather is a precious treasure. It is said that if you gather 72 true rock feathers, you will be able to obtain a wisp of divine will. But in the end, the 72 true rock feathers were fought over by the powerhouses of this world and were lost forever. Over the years, my clan has only been able to find 5 feathers. I never thought that Jumi would have 27. The third elder's old face was filled with shock, his body trembling slightly, his heart filled with excitement. With the 9 true rock feathers stolen, Jalo Jumi's giant body was forced back. A trace of golden blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his expression became serious. Back then, the true rock feathers fell into your hands. Now, I have taken them myself. Use your true bones. Otherwise, you will no longer be a match for me. Jalo Jumi's pitch-black eyes looked straight at Jalo Jumi, his gaze filled with arrogance and fear. He knew that Jalo Jumi's strongest strength was his true bones. Everything that had happened now was not Jalo Jumi's strongest strength. In that case, I have no other choice. All these years, I was afraid that I would not be able to fight you today. I was afraid that no one would be able to stop you, so I did not dare to take this step. You should know that in front of my true bones, no one at the same level as me can stop me. As Jalo Jumi spoke, a dazzling light suddenly surged from his abdomen, wanting to break out of his body. The golden light was like an arc of electricity, and then it covered his entire body. Ancient runes appeared on his body and spread out in all directions. Boom! At this moment, this part of the world began to roar. Strong winds came from the sky, and golden light filled the sky, causing the world to resonate. At this moment, there were only dazzling ancient runes in the sky. The runes in the sky all around, and the ground that had been strengthened by the runes, began to crack silently. Rumble, high up in the sky, there seemed to be a rumbling sound coming from the depths of the firmament, as if someone was beating a heavenly drum in the depths of the firmament. The violent sound produced a strange rumbling sound, as if it was beating on people's hearts, causing them to tremble violently. It was as if someone was hammering on the heart and the primordial spirit, causing their souls to shatter and their hearts to tremble violently. How terrifying! What kind of remarkable ability is this? The spiritual Tiger King, the savage Bear King, and little Ing Ying's souls were all trembling at this moment. They cried out in alarm and wanted to prostrate themselves on the ground. Rumble, the low rumbling sound rang out. Even Du Xiaofu, who had fused 2 types of spiritual lightning and spiritual root, felt his heart tremble. His primordial spirit trembled, and whether it was his physical body or primordial spirit, it was as if they were about to be shattered. That terrifying rumbling sound suppressed the heavens and the earth. There's a special bone in his body that's the source of the pressure. Du Xiaofu looked at Jialo Jueyu's huge body and sensed the source of the terrifying pressure. It was a bone under Jialo Jueyu's abdomen. Suppress! Jialo Jueyu shouted. His voice was like thunder. Ancient runes and dazzling golden light covered the sky and covered Jialo Jueyu. It was as if an unparalleled true rock had awoken, erupting with a terrifying aura from ancient times. Rumble, at this moment, Jialo Jueyu soared through the sky. Everywhere he passed, the sky shattered, and a series of terrifying rumbling sounds erupted. It was as if thousands of people were hammering on heavenly drums in the depths of the firmament. Hundreds of drums sounded in unison, shaking everyone's hearts and causing their souls to scatter. You haven't broken through that step, and neither have I. For this day, I have waited for 30 years. For 30 years, I didn't allow myself to take that step, because today is the day I will take back everything that belongs to me. These cold words came out of Jialo Jueyu's mouth. At the same time, a bone under his abdomen seemed to want to break out of his body, erupting with a black light in ancient runes. Rumble. In an instant, half of the sky was filled with rolling dark clouds, faintly revealing flashes of lightning and thunder. Woo-woo, in the depths of the firmament, it was as if ghosts were crying and gods were howling. The sound was low, but it made one's hair stand on end. It was enough to make one's body shrink and make one's primordial spirit tremble. A vast and boundless aura of darkness quietly surged out, permeating the world. The pressure is too strong, I can't hold on any longer. My body wants to explode, I can't hold on any longer. Bang bang bang, finally, at this moment, under the two equally terrifying pressures, the disciples of the golden-winged great rocks around the square below, some of the stronger ones knelt down one after another. The weaker ones directly urged their bodies to crawl on the ground. Those below the Beast Emperor realm were unable to resist at all. Only those at the Beast Sovereign realm were able to put up a final resistance under the two terrifying pressures, their faces flushed red and their bodies trembling. Jialo Jueyu has also reached the peak of the Nirvana Beast Sovereign realm. He could have broken through 30 years ago. The demonic bone, Jialo Jueyu has activated the demonic bone. Has Jialo Jueyu completely integrated with the demonic bone? In the face of the terrible pressure, some of the golden-winged great rocks finally couldn't help but exclaim. Some of the elders in the elders' seats also began to tremble at this moment. Chapter 1339. You have true bones, I have demonic bones. The Tao is 1 foot high, the devil is 10 feet high. How can you suppress me? Jialo Jumi shouted coldly. He flapped his wings and flew out. His dark demonic aura filled the sky. It was as if he was carrying the demonic realm of the underworld with him. He looked like he was about to destroy the world and collided with Jialo Jumi. The two did not use any fancy moves. It was just the simplest and most domineering collision of destruction. This collision was like the battle between darkness and the sun. It was so powerful that it could destroy the world and destroy everything. A pitch-black semicircle of light appeared at the point of collision. The terrifying collision left those below speechless. For some reason, even some of the golden-winged rock disciples had blood flowing out of their mouths. Spiritual Illusion Tiger King, Little Ying, Little Falcon, and the others all had blood flowing out of their mouths. Gue Che, Guqin Demon, and Ape God King were all red in the face. They did not say a word. Du Xiaofu's body emitted a golden light. He felt his chest tighten and his primordial spirit tremble. He was being squeezed by two terrifying forces. It was as if the space was about to explode. Blood flowed out of Jialo Jumi's mouth. Blood also appeared in Jialo Jumi's mouth. Neither of them backed down. They continued to collide. Oh my God, Jumi is injured. It's still a tie. Jumi is blocking Jumi. Demonic bone is blocking the true bone. Below, some of the golden-winged rock experts exclaimed. They could not help but tremble. Boom! Jialo Jumi and Jialo Jumi faced each other. The sky rumbled. Ghosts cried and gods howled. Heavenly drums sounded. Black light gushed out. Brilliant golden light filled the air and swallowed up the void. The demonic aura filled the sky. It was as if it had rushed out from the demonic realm. It was extremely terrifying. Brilliant golden light filled the air. Tao rumbled. Together with the multicolored light, it was extremely powerful. At this moment, the two of them clashed. Light alternated between black and white, drowning the world. Destructive energy filled the air. Crack crack, the talisman arrays and seals around them began to shatter. The void was destroyed, revealing a vacuum. It was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Victory and defeat were still hard to determine. Both individuals spat out pink blood from their mouths, and their flesh cracked apart under the tremendous pressure. Their feathers were dyed in blood. It's still a stalemate. They can't decide the victor. Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu exclaimed in surprise. Juelio has been outside for decades, yet he can still compare to Juelio. Unbelievable. Fourth Elder Jialo Yi spoke, sighing for Jialo Jumi. Too strong. At this moment, Du Xiaofu stared at the sky with great difficulty. Under that terrifying pressure, he thought that if he were to encounter either of those two terrifying people, he would definitely not be able to gain an advantage. With the current strength of Jialo Jueyu and Jialo Jumi, these two terrifying people, they would probably be able to directly fight against a martial domain realm cultivator. Even if the two of them were unable to do anything to the martial domain realm, it would be easy for them to trample on a half-domain realm cultivator. What shocked Du Xiaofu even more was the potential of these two. In the Beast clan, both Jialo Jueyu and Jialo Jumi were of the younger generation, yet they were already so tyrannical. In the future, Jialo Jueyu and Jialo Jumi, these two terrifying people, how terrifying would they become? I really didn't expect that we would still be unable to decide the victor between us. Jumi, stop. You can be the first. As long as you remove the demonic bone in your body, you can have anything you want. Jialo Jueyu spoke. Since the battle had already reached this stage, he knew that there was no way to decide the victor unless it was a battle of life and death. And a battle of life and death was something he had never thought of going that far. Is this charity, or pity? Could it be that because I have the demonic bone in my body, I am an unpardonable evil in your eyes, a scourge, a thorn in your flesh? Why can't you tolerate me? Jialo Jumi shouted coldly. His pitch-black eyes were filled with resentment and coldness. Demonic chi filled the sky. The clan is doing this for your own good. You have the demonic bone in your body and are in great danger. Once you transform into a demon, it will be a disaster for the world and also a disaster for my golden-winged rock clan. Jialo Jueyu, who was shrouded in ancient and resplendent runes, continued, Jumi, stop. You can still turn back now. Even if you lose the demonic bone, you still have the feathers of the true rock. You still have this chance. You are still a hero among your peers in this world. Ha ha ha. Jialo Jueyu, you have become more and more like those pedantic people these years. You have the true rock in your body. How laughable and lamentable. What a pity for the true rock. Jialo Jumi's cold laughter stopped. He suddenly shouted, stop. Do you think it's possible for us to be evenly matched? Do you really think that I can't defeat you? As his cold voice fell, a black light suddenly rushed out from Jialo Jumi's huge body. And at this moment, Du Xiaofu was suddenly surprised. The thunder martial vein in his body began to stir. This feeling was similar to the one he had felt from Jialo Jumi. Chi La, suddenly, a black light rushed out from Jialo Jumi's body and turned into black lightning. Black lightning arcs spread across the sky. The entire sky was filled with black lightning waves in a short moment. The scene was extremely terrifying. At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder roared between heaven and earth. Dark clouds rolled, and the aura was terrifying. Boom boom boom. Amidst the lightning and thunder, the sky exploded. Dozens of black lightning arcs overflowed and rushed into the sky. What a terrifying aura of thunder and lightning. It seems like it can destroy everything. Little Ying, the Fire Dragon King, the Divine Ape King, and the others trembled. Under the aura of the black lightning, their beast souls were terrified for no reason. Spiritual thunder, that's a spiritual thunder. Jumi's body has merged with a spiritual thunder. Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu suddenly stood up at this moment. His scholarly robes fluttered, and the golden light in his eyes trembled. 9 Underworld Demonic Thunder, that's the 9 Underworld Demonic Thunder. The Great Elder spoke. His light golden hair swayed gently beside his ears, and his eyes trembled. Spiritual thunder, Jialo Jumi's body has merged with a spiritual thunder. Du Xiaofu looked up at the sky. The thunder martial vein in his body was fluctuating, and the 2 thunder soul seeds in his primordial spirit were also fluctuating. That black lightning was a type of spiritual thunder. Du Xiaofu knew the difficulty of merging with a spiritual thunder. Once an ordinary person's physical body came into contact with the spiritual thunder, it was enough to be destroyed. The difficulty and danger could be imagined. Jialo Kaling looked up, and at this moment, she was also shocked. In a short period of time, the entire sky had turned into a sea of black lightning in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Boom boom boom, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Thunderclaps exploded one after another as a terrifying pressure descended. Dense bolts of dark lightning covered the entire sky, threatening to drown the entire world. The black lightning rippled in all directions. Finally, in the surging, it turned into a black lightning seal. Go! Jalo Jumi shouted coldly. The black lightning seal was dazzling and blazing as it directly slammed towards Jalo Jueyu. Boom boom boom, the black lightning seal swept out with unparalleled power. It was like a demon's domain covering the sky. Everywhere it passed, the void turned into nothingness and then collapsed. Arcs of lightning as thick as an arm flashed in the void, making people's hearts palpitate and their hair stand on end. Chi La. The black lightning seal landed on Jalo Jueyu's body. At this moment, Jalo Jueyu's eyes surged with uneasiness and fear. The ancient runes on his body began to tremble. Jalo Jueyu's demon bone continued to confront it. At this moment, Jalo Jueyu was unable to dodge at all. Then, the ancient runes on his body shattered. A terrifying lightning power swept through Jalo Jueyu's body and invaded his body. The black lightning was like a vast ocean, drowning the surroundings. It was full of demonic chi and a terrifying destructive power. Bang bang bang, finally, the black lightning exploded on Jalo Jueyu's body. His feathers were shattered, and cracks appeared on his body. Rock blood kept pouring out. Jalo Jueyu is going to lose. Everyone below was shocked. One after another, the elders stood up and trembled. Sure enough, Jalo Jueyu was defeated like a collapsing mountain. His true bones could no longer support him. He was forced back continuously and finally spat out mouthfuls of blood. Pfff, after spitting out the last mouthful of rock blood, Jalo Jueyu's golden eyes were filled with shock and horror. The runes on his body dimmed and he was covered in wounds. Jalo Jueyu knew that he had lost. He had lost completely and directly. Chi La, everything around Jalo Jueyu began to converge. The mystic bones returned to silence. The spiritual thunder receded. Everything in the sky began to calm down. At this moment, the gazes of the people around were unable to recover for a long time. No one would have thought that Jalo Jueyu, the number one rock with a true bone, would be defeated. He was defeated by Jalo Jueyu, who had not returned for 93 years. Jalo Jueyu's huge body converged and turned into his human form. He was still wearing the same black robe and black hair. The invisible aura was like a demon at this moment. His eyes were cold. The powerful invisible aura made people tremble. He opened his mouth and said to Jalo Jueyu, "You lost." "Lost, I really lost." Jalo Jueyu also converged his body. His body was dripping with blood. He looked like a wolf. His aura was weak and his eyes were a little blank. He looked at Jalo Jueyu as if he had met a new person. Jalo Jueyu looked at Jalo Jueyu and then looked around the square. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Ha 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 ha, suddenly, Jalo Jueyu laughed. His laughter echoed in the silent sky. He laughed loudly and said, 93 years ago, I said here that as long as I am not dead, I will definitely return. I will take back everything that belongs to me with my own strength. I will let you all know that without you, I will be invincible. Do you see now? The so-called true bones can't even withstand a single blow. Chapter 1340. As Ling Li's words fell, the entire square froze. At the elders' seats, the faces of the elders were a little stiff at this moment. 93 years ago, on the day Jalo Jueme returned to the clan, he shocked the entire clan with his 27 true rock feathers, 1 demonic bone, and 9 underworld demonic lightning. He defeated Jalo Jueme, who was almost impossible to defeat. In the hearts of the golden-winged great rocks, it was impossible for anyone under the martial domain or beast domain to defeat Jialo Jueme. But now, the demonic bone youth who had left the clan in anger had returned, and with a shocking feat, he had defeated Jialo Jueyu right before their eyes. I don't think anyone will object to me taking first place in this competition. Jialo Jueme looked around, then looked at his father, Jialo Changtian, who was sitting in the middle of the elders' seats. He said calmly, "My father, elders, this time, are you still going to give the benefits of the seal to Jialo Jueme?" The first elder, second elder, and the others looked at Jialo Changtian. "I don't care how you obtain the 27 true rock feathers and the 9 underworld demonic lightning, but if you turn into a demon after fusing with the demonic bone, it will be a disaster for the world, and also a disaster for the golden-winged great rocks. You haven't completely fused with the demonic bone yet, there is still a chance to turn back." Jialo Changtian stood up and looked at Jialo Jueme with anger. His golden eyes were filled with disdain as he said, "Otherwise, I will sever our father-son relationship, dig out the demonic bone, and expel you from the clan." His voice reverberated and entered the ears of everyone in the surroundings. It was like a thunderclap that resounded in their minds, shaking their eardrums to the point of pain. The clan leader's anger shocked everyone. The blood of the golden-winged great rocks boiled, their hearts trembling. "Ha ha ha ha," Jialo Jueme raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter was like swords, but also like thunder. His voice seemed to be mixed with unwillingness, resentment, and anger. Hearing that voice, one couldn't help but feel grief and anger in their hearts. Anyone who heard that voice would involuntarily weaken their aura when facing the black-clothed, black-haired youth. "You guys just can't tolerate me, can't tolerate me. What did I do wrong that you guys can't tolerate me, Jialo Jieyu?" Jialo Jume's voice was very loud, shaking the heavens, resounding through the clouds, shaking some of the golden-winged great Ping disciples until their ears were ringing. Du Xiaofu looked at Jialo Juexiao. Under that sorrowful voice, he could feel a silent and helpless anger and helplessness. He could feel the anger in Jialo Juexiao's heart, and his heart was moved. "Father, don't," Jialo Kai Ling's beautiful face turned pale. Her eyes changed color as she said to Jialo Jumi, "Jumi, listen to me. Sister is begging you to turn back. Give up the demonic bone and you can still be arrogant in this world. Sister, you don't understand me either." Jialo Jumi looked at Jialo Kailing with a slight smile on his face. There was some blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked helpless and ferocious. "Your sister is doing this for your own good. Ju Ku, turn back." The old voice came from afar. As the voice faded, a figure appeared in the distance. "Grandmother." Looking at the figure that appeared in the distant sky, Jialo Jumi's pitch-black eyes rippled. His fierce and ferocious expression began to slowly fade. In just an instant, an old and tottering figure appeared in the sky. It was an old lady with white hair and wearing a pale golden robe. Looking at Jialo Jumi, the old lady's wrinkled face, which had been sculpted by the passage of time, squeezed out a smile. "Greetings, sacred elder." As the old lady appeared in the sky, the great elder, the second elder, and the others immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. The surrounding golden-winged great Ping disciples looked at the great elder, the second elder, and the others respectfully bowed. They were all shocked and trembled. They immediately knelt on one knee on the ground. Jialo Changtian stood up. At this moment, in front of the old lady, he was also very respectful. "Grandmother," Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the old lady. It was the grandmother he recognized in the golden-winged great Ping clan. "Great-grandmother, why are you here?" In the distant sky, little Xingxing's tender voice called out intimately. The little figure happily flew to the old lady's side. The old lady's withered hand held little Xingxing's little hand and gently patted the back of little Xingxing's head. This scene made Jialo Changtian, the great elder, the second elder, and the others all puzzled. "Grandmother, are you okay? Jialo Jumi asked. Looking at the old lady, his pitch-black eyes rippled with complicated emotions. I'm fine. I'm just a little worried about you. The old lady looked at Jialo Jumi and smiled. Jumi is unfilial. Jialo Jumi lowered his head. At this moment, in front of the old lady, there was no longer any fierce aura. He was like a child who had admitted his mistake. You are not unfilial. These years outside, you must have suffered a lot. Don't leave in the future. Stay in the clan and accompany me more, okay? The old lady asked. Grandmother, the clan can't tolerate me. Jialo Jumi raised his head and looked at the old lady. There was some fluctuation in the depths of his pitch-black eyes. The clan has its worries. You are the descendant of the golden-winged Great Ping Bird clan. You should understand. The old lady said, give up the demon bone. Anyway, I'm already so old. It won't be long before I reach the end of my life. How about I give you all my inheritance? Plus, you have the true Ping Feather and the 9 underworld demon lightning. Your future achievements will be limitless. Jialo Jumi looked at the old lady. After a moment, he suddenly knelt down in the air and respectfully kowtowed 3 times to the old lady. He said, Grandmother, forgive me for being unfilial. You are still as stubborn as usual. After a long time, the old lady sighed. There was a faint smile on her wrinkled face. Only little Xingxing felt that the old lady's palm that was holding his little hand was squeezing very hard at this moment. His tottering body was trembling. This is not stubbornness. I am not wrong. Jialo Jumi said to the old lady. He had always believed that he was not wrong. So what if he had the demon bone? Everything was not his fault. The 9 underworld demon lightning should not be able to let you completely integrate with the demon bone. Your purpose in coming back to the clan should be to completely integrate with the demon bone. But I can't let you do as you wish. Don't blame me. The old lady's voice trembled slightly. Jialo Jumi did not refute. He was silent for a moment. Then, he looked at the old lady and said, if you want to make a move, I will not dare to fight back. My life is in your hands. You are not reconciled. You are not convinced. The old lady said. Of course I am not reconciled. Of course I am not convinced. Jialo Jumi gritted his teeth. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. There was a hint of desolation and ferocity. He said, 93 years ago, I was not convinced. Today, Jialo Jueyu was defeated. The clan still cannot tolerate me. How can I be convinced? The old lady looked at Jialo Jumi. On her old face, there was a hint of loneliness. She said, then how can you be convinced? Jialo Jumi looked at the old lady. He gritted his teeth and said, if anyone of the same generation in the clan can defeat me, I have nothing to say. Otherwise, even if I die, I will not be convinced. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.